Chapter 160. Winter. On the third floor of an elegant restaurant in the Xia capital, there was a thick layer of snow, and cold air pervaded the air. But inside the restaurant it was very warm. A pot of wine was being warmed. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu sat opposite each other, drinking delicious fruit wine and casually chatting. There were other customers on the third floor, but their seats were quite far away from each other. Since the Transcendents knew each other, they would at most nod their heads to acknowledge each other, but not disturb each other. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu clearly enjoyed such an environment. Jing Qiu, the temple head praised you yesterday, and your ranking has risen to 4th place. Dongbua Shui-ing praised. Everyone says that transcendent mages improve slowly, but from what I see, your improvement is quite fast. Jing Qiu smiled happily and took a sip of her wine. Her lips curled into a proud smile as she said, "What's wrong? You're already ranked first, and you can't even tolerate others improving a little?" "That's not what I mean," Dongbua Shui-ing hurriedly said. "I'm just joking. To be honest, ever since you've been ranked first, I feel a lot more proud. My spell research has become much smoother, and I've had many breakthroughs." Jing Qiu laughed. "My mood and cultivation have been very smooth. Actually, I've long felt that they've been unfair to you. This time, they finally cleared your name. You care too much about these superficial things." Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. "Humph. I was very unhappy when I heard the temple head reprimanding you." Jing Qiu shook her head, and then her eyes lit up. "Oh, right, this time you've slapped his face. When you completed the mountain path mission, when he saw you, his expression was very awkward, right? Was it very ugly?" "It's not what you think. Temple head Si Kongyang is also a magnanimous person. Previously, he only reprimanded me because he felt that I've gone astray," Dongbua Shui-ing said. As the two of them conversed, they used the heaven and earth energy to isolate themselves from detection. No one would deliberately eavesdrop on a conversation between transcendents. That would be very impolite and rash. Suddenly, the faces of the 3 transcendents at the table beside them turned pale with fright. One of them even stood up, causing the wine pot on the table to be flipped over and the wine spilled all over the floor. This caused the waiter on the 3rd floor to hurry over. Dongbua Shui-ing, Jing Qiu, and the transcendents at the other table looked over in confusion. What's wrong with them? Jing Qiu was shocked. As transcendents, how could they lose their composure like this? They even spilled the wine. Look at how shocked the 3 of them are. Something big must have happened that is related to them. Dongbua Shui-ing held onto his wine glass calmly. Everyone. One of the 3 transcendents with disheveled hair swept his gaze across the other 2 tables and shouted, "Brother Dongbua, Brother Wei-yin, do you know anything about the demon?" "What's wrong?" Dongbua Shui-ing's table and the transcendents at the other table were all very curious. This majestic man was called Rongjun. He was a saint transcendent and was quite famous in the Xia capital. "It seems that everyone still doesn't know." Rongjun said, "I just received news that my hometown, Kingan County in the Eastfield province, the entire county has been massacred." "What?" Dongbua Shui-ing, Jing Qiu, and the other 2 transcendents at the other table all stood up in shock. An entire county had been massacred. County cities had a long history and many defenses. At the same time, there are tens of millions of people living here. An entire county had been massacred. This was simply a shocking matter. Not a single transcendent would dare to do such a thing. Even the beast race, unless both sides were engaged in a life and death war, they would not dare to do such a thing. The moment they did such a thing, it would infuriate the Xia people. The Xia people would not hesitate to pay any price for their revenge. How is this possible? Who would dare to do such a thing? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. "Brother Rongjun, did you just say demon? Could it be the demon? But how long has it been since an abyss demon has appeared? Even if there are demons lurking around, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing." "That's right," Brother Rongjun. Even though I heard that there are a few abyss demons lurking around, they are all extremely careful. How would they dare to show themselves? Another transcendent, Wei In, could not help but say, I'm not sure either. Rongjun said, but I can confirm that it was an extremely powerful demon that wantonly massacred. Also, a demigod from the Xia people arrived and engaged in a huge battle. The commotion caused by the battle was extremely huge, and the aura of the demon covered the entire sky. Even from far away, one could feel the terrifying aura of the dark and destructive devil. I'm not too sure about the details, but when some of my clan subordinates followed the commotion and headed to the city to investigate, they discovered that the entire city was deathly silent. Countless corpses lay there, and although they did not have any wounds, they were all dead. No wounds. The faces of Dongbu Shueing and the rest changed. To cause a city with a population of over 10 million to die without any wounds on their bodies. Such a method was simply unheard of. Amongst the demigods, there might be a handful who could do such a thing, but they would never dare to do such a thing. What exactly happened? Jing Qiu could not help but ask. Why would such a powerful demon appear? The demigods of the Xia people are overseeing the various regions. Why would they allow the demons to massacre an entire city? Let's ask Big Brother Eternal Wind. Jing Qiu said, yes, he should know more. Dongbu Shueing immediately asked Qi Qiu through his communication wristband. It was not only Dongbu Shueing and the rest. At this moment, many of the transcendents in the Xia capital had received all sorts of news from their hometowns. This was because the transcendents and their own clans could communicate through their communication wristbands. There were all sorts of news. For example, there were some earth-shattering battles. The commotion was so great that it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Another example was the discovery of a few demons from the abyss who wantonly massacred them, only to be killed by a powerful transcendent who rushed over. For a county to be massacred, such a thing was extremely rare. After all, the defenses of the county were very strong. Furthermore, the area it covered was very large. How vast was the area where 10 million people lived? To exterminate 10 million people in such a short period of time, only the most powerful of demons would be able to do so. What exactly happened? Why are there so many traces of demons? Why are the demigod elders not saying a single word about it? The transcendents in the Xia capital were all gathered together, exchanging information. However, they knew very little. They could only make some deductions, based on small clues. On the top floor of a restaurant, the entire top floor had been booked. A group of transcendents from the tranquil Sun province were gathered here. All of them were anxious and uneasy, because it was not a special day. Hairu Zhen, Peng Shan, and a few other transcendents were temporarily at their hometowns. Everyone, don't be anxious. Dongbu Shueing spoke. Now that Qi Qiu Bai and Peng Shan were not around, he had temporarily become the leader. Big Brother Eternal Wind also sent us a message, telling us not to be anxious and to wait. I believe there will be news very soon. I don't know what happened either. It should be the invasion of the demons. I wonder what level of invasion they are at. Sigh. These transcendents were extremely uneasy. From the information they gathered, the traces of the demons had appeared in almost every corner of the Dragon Mountain Empire of the Xia people. The battles were also very intense. Clearly, the demons that were heading towards the Dragon Mountain Empire were those powerful demigod overlords who could easily traverse through space. Chapter 1. Chapter 2 was coming soon. Chapter 161. Although they were anxious, all the transcendents waited patiently. This was because they knew that the demigod overlords were currently fighting to protect the Xia people. Who would have thought that a demon invasion would occur in our era? Yuan Qing could not help but exclaim. Since ancient times, demon invasions have occurred frequently in our Xia people. Dongbu Shueing said, "The darkness abyss is where all darkness and negative energy converge. it is able to connect to countless material worlds. Occasionally, a spatial ripple would allow the Xia people to connect to the darkness abyss for a short period of time. I wonder how large the spatial passageway will be this time. Yes, Chengling Shu was also worried. From the information we have received, it should be a rather serious demon invasion. There were different levels of demon invasion. In the history of the Xia people, the largest demon invasion ever occurred. That time, there were more than 300 demigod demons. The humans and beasts of the Xia people's world were all massacred. Only a few were moved into the infernal realm. Even the infernal realm was attacked by the demons. Humans could only defend passively. That was an extremely tragic time. As time passed, some of the demons managed to leave, while others died of old age. After all, it was extremely difficult for them to reproduce in the mortal world. Humans, on the other hand, continued to reproduce and pass on their inheritance. Only then did the balance of power between the two sides change. Only then did the humans counterattack and reclaim their homeland. However, that was something that happened 90,000 years later. Of course, such a destructive demon invasion had only occurred twice in the history of the Xia people. The first one lasted 90,000 years, and the other one lasted 30,000 years. As for the others, most of them were small scale. They came from some inconspicuous crack in space, where a few demons managed to enter. To the Xia people, the impact was negligible. According to the statistics, there have been 3 massacres in a short period of time. Jing Qiu said, "The scale this time is slightly larger." AI, how hateful. Zong Tu said, unwillingly, "How hateful that we are too weak. If not, we would have been able to kill all these damned demons." Dongbui Shuang was also feeling anxious. However, the infernal realm had been temporarily sealed, forbidding all transcendents from leaving. They could only wait for the infernal palace's orders. The sky gradually darkened. The cold air became even heavier. Shui Ying and the others were all silently enduring and waiting. Actually, Shui Ying was very worried about his family. Now that the demons were wantonly attacking the various places, were his parents and little brother still doing well? Dongbui Shui Ying could not save them, so he could only ask them to stay at a remote place at the foot of the mountain through his communication bracelet. Dongbui Shui Ying suddenly froze. Chengling Shu, Jing Qiu, Zong Tu, Yuanqing, and the rest all hurriedly checked their communication wristbands. A message was sent to each of them. This news came from the infernal palace. Now is the time of war. Just as everyone expected, the abyssal demons have already invaded, but the scale of their invasion cannot be determined for now. Now, there are 2 things that all transcendents must remember. First, you can only enter the infernal world, but not leave. All transcendents below the demigod level must stay in the infernal world and await further orders. Second, all the important family members of the transcendents, the demigods of the Xia people, can help to migrate them to the infernal world. All transcendents, please send the names of your family members to me within 2 hours. Remember, every transcendent cannot have more than 10 mortal family members. The message was very simple. It made all the transcendents feel pressured. Migrating family members was relatively easy. For example, a province would usually only have around 10 transcendents. A demigod overlord could travel through the void to bring back some of his family members. Sending the family members of 10 transcendents to the infernal world was an extremely fast task. Dongbui Shui Ying and the rest did not dare to hesitate as they hurriedly contacted their family members. Every transcendent only had 10 slots. The main reason was that the clans of those transcendents who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years were extremely large. If there was no limit to the number of slots, a transcendent might be able to bring a few hundred to 1,000 people to their clan. Father, mother, I have temporarily decided on you, little brother, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong. A total of 10 slots. If there are other requests, Inform me immediately. Dongbua Shui Ing transmitted the message to his family members. Very quickly, the name list was finalized. Father, mother, and Uncle Zong did not have any requests. Uncle Tong, on the other hand, wished to bring his wife and child. Little brother Qingshi was currently in the Eternal Wind Academy. He also made a request. If there were any empty slots, he had 3 companions that he wished to bring into the infernal world. With regards to this, Dongbua Shui Ing did not reject. After all, there were exactly 10 slots. Very quickly, the name list was finalized and sent to the Infernal Palace. The Xia capital was destined to be a chaotic night. The Transcendents gathered everywhere. All of them were anxious, but they could only wait. This was because they were very clear a peak demigod overlord with a deity weapon could easily wipe out all of their Sky Realm and Saint Realm Transcendents. They could not help much. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only obediently wait. Demigods were the true backbone of the Xia people. At this moment, it was completely reflected. Powerful demigods were not only strong, they could easily travel through the void. They're here. Some family members have arrived. Following the arrival of the first batch of family members, the Transcendents hurriedly went forward to welcome them as they arrived at the World Gate. Dongbua Shui Ing, Jing Qiu, and the rest stood in midair, looking at the World Gate on a distant mountain. Currently, there were a few family members entering the infernal world through the World Gate. They waited patiently. Occasionally, the family members of the Transcendents from a province would be sent over together. The Tranquil Sun Province is here. Dongbua Shui Ing, Jing Qiu, Yuan Qing, Cheng Lingshu, and the rest were all shocked. A group of figures could be seen passing through the World Gate. Mother. Jing Qiu immediately flew over to welcome the Yu family. Dongbua Shui Ing's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw his family members within the group. A rather sturdy man and a purple-robed lady walked over shoulder to shoulder. Beside them, there was a 6-armed serpent demon and a lion man's family. On the other side, there was the extremely handsome Qingshi and his companions. There were 2 female companions and 1 male companion. Big brother, Qingshi shouted loudly. Snow Eagle, his mother, Mo Yanyu, also smiled and shouted. She wasn't happy because she was able to escape. In truth, although there were many demons, the world of the Xia people was too vast. Those who actually met demons were extremely few. In fact, Mo Yanyu and the rest lived in the remote territory of the Snow Eagle. Qingshi also lived in the Eternal Wind Academy. They had yet to feel the threat of the demons. They were even happier to see Dongbua Shui Ing. After all, it had been a long time since they last met. Dongbua Shui Ing was in an extremely good mood when he saw these extremely important family members. With a single glance, he discovered that his little brother Qingshi seemed to have a very close relationship with one of the female companions. Who? Dongbua Shui Ing immediately flew over to welcome his family members. Chapter 7. The First Appearance of Greatness begins. Chapter 162. Dongbua Shui Ing and many other Transcendents were not in a good mood after knowing that a demon had descended upon the human world. However, at this moment, after receiving his loved ones, he could not suppress the joy in his heart. That mansion is my residence in the Xia capital. Dongbua Shui Ing brought his parents and a group of people along as they flew through the air. Using the energy of heaven and earth, Dongbua Shui Ing pointed towards the mansion. It's quite big. It feels even more exquisite than our Snorok castle. Snow Eagle, don't you feel empty living in such a big mansion by yourself? Mo Yanyu looked at the mansion curiously. Mother. Qingshi shouted from the side. I heard that the mansions of the Transcendents in the Xia capital all have a large group of servants. With so many servants, naturally it won't feel empty. As he said this, Qingshi looked at the majestic city in front of him curiously. This was the core and most important city of the Xia people. Not only was Qing Shi curious, but his other family members were also very curious. This was because they had never been to the Xia capital before. However, due to the extraordinary status of Dongbu's family, they knew that the Xia capital was special. Almost half of the transcendents of the Xia people were gathered here. There was even a large group of legend powerhouses here. Let's go down. Dongbu Shui Ying brought his family members and flew downwards, landing in front of the main entrance of his mansion. The main entrance of the mansion was wide open, and there was a large group of guards by the side. Housekeeper Su Qin had already brought a large group of maids to wait respectfully at the main entrance. "Greetings, master." Su Qin opened her mouth, and all the maids shouted in unison. There are so many of them, at least 1,000. Qing Shi's eyes widened. They are all maids. A young lady beside Qing Shi laughed softly. Qing Shi's other pair of companions were similarly shocked. Not to mention the others, even Dongbu Lai and Mo Yanyu were shocked. With a single glance, they could tell that housekeeper Su Qin and the large group of maids were all above average in terms of appearance. Some of them were extremely beautiful, and all of them were well behaved. Unlike Snorok Castle, which still had some rough and clumsy maids. It's all arranged by the Infernal Palace. Dongbu Shuang laughed. "Come on in. Su Qin, go and make arrangements for the banquet." "Yes, master," housekeeper Su Qin replied respectfully. Back then, she had thought that her master would do something to her, but after more than 20 years, it was clear that she had been wrong. However, she also liked this kind of peaceful life. Night. In the main hall of the mansion, everyone had a table in front of them, and they all sat cross-legged. The seating arrangement was also relatively casual, and there was no distinction of seniority. "Brother, your life is too comfortable. There are so many beautiful women serving you, and the food is so good. Wow, my tongue is almost in my stomach. I haven't eaten so much good food in all these years." Qing Shi gobbled down the food, but the young girlfriend beside him was more restrained. The other couple also ate very politely. After all, they were only able to come to the Xia capital because of Qing Shi. Furthermore, they felt pressured in front of a transcendent. "Qing Shi is right." Liaman Tong Sen laughed. "These delicacies are indeed delicious." More than half of the transcendents are gathered in the Xia capital. Therefore, all kinds of precious ingredients are sent to the Xia capital. Dongbu Shuang laughed as he explained. Because this was the first time his family had come here, they had already spent 1 caddy of origin stones on this meal. How could it not be delicious? However, because his family would be staying here for a long period of time, such extravagant eating was only done occasionally. Even demigods would not be so extravagant if they ate like this every day. This meal made all of their stomachs bloated. Dongbu Lai, who had long eaten his fill, took a sip of wine and said, "Snow Eagle, this time, how much do you know about the demons entering our Xia people's world?" Immediately, everyone quietened down. The situation might be more serious. Dongbu Shuang frowned. "I'm afraid that this matter will not be resolved in a short period of time." He had read too many scrolls. After reading them and combining them with the information he already knew, he could roughly deduce the situation. Not resolved in a short period of time? How long is this short period of time? Dongbu Lai hurriedly asked. It might not be resolved in 100 years. The moment Dongbu Shuang said this, everyone present felt their hearts sink. The threat of the demons, they actually could not resolve it in 100 years. You guys don't have to worry too much. Just like this time, the invasion caused a huge commotion. However, you guys did not meet any demons, right? Dongbu Shuang laughed. The more time passes, the more the demons will keep a low profile. If you guys want to meet a demon, it will be extremely difficult. Ultimately, it will still be up to the transcendents to resolve the issue with the demons. The clash between the transcendents and the demons. Occasionally, some mortals would be affected. However, compared to the vast Xia people's world, it was not worth a mention. The situation of the mortals could be controlled. However, the Transcendents were the ones who suffered the most. This was because they had to withstand the demons. If they did not, who would? In the following days, the Transcendents in the Xia capital received news through various channels. Evidently, the battle between the demigod overlords and the abyss demons was extremely intense. Battle after battle. This was because the humans who participated in the battle were all demigod existences. Many of them even had deity weapons. Furthermore, they could help each other. Thus, they were usually only injured and the number of casualties was extremely low. Of course, it was just extremely low. They still existed. Dragon Mountain Calendar, year 9662, March. The human demigod Grey Swan Knight, Pang Bai died in battle. The moment the news spread, all the Transcendents in the Xia capital were shocked and grieved. Grey Swan Knight Pang Bai did not even manage to hold on for a breath's time. He did not even manage to hold on until the other demigods came to rescue him before he was killed by a demon called Tu Lu Wu. Of course, this demon, Tu Lu Wu, died 2 months later. In the sky above the Red Moon Lake, he was chased by Mountain Lord He. In a single battle, the entire Red Moon Lake was destroyed. Mountain Lord He suppressed this demon, and Old Granny Ye also rushed over to help. With the two of them working together, they killed the demon Tu Lu Wu in a short period of time. Dragon Mountain Calendar, year 9662, August. Another human demigod, Fierce Blood Knight. Liang Fong died in battle. Liang Fong's combat power was much stronger than that of Grey Swan Knight. He was in existence close to the top 10 in the demigod rankings. His true meaning of Fierce Blood was a grade 4 true meaning, making him extremely valiant and ruthless. However, he was killed by the most powerful demon in this invasion, the frost demon, Saka. Even though Eternal Wind Knight Qiu Qi Bai and Thunder God Chao-Ching were the last to arrive, this frost demon Saka did not fight them and quickly escaped. His ability to escape was also extremely formidable. As time continued, the Transcendents in the Xia capital gradually learned more information. At the very least, the information regarding the peak demigod demons became more and more detailed. Even though the humans lost 2 demigods in battle, this was still the territory of the humans. Furthermore, there were many powerful deity weapons and even race-protecting deity weapons. There were even more demons who died in battle. Until September, year 9662, a total of 9 demigod demons were killed by the humans. The foundation of the Xia people was undoubtedly revealed. However, the remaining demigod demons had also learned their lesson. The demigod demons who could survive after being surrounded and trapped time and time again were either extremely powerful, had unique methods, or were extremely cunning. In short, after September, year 9662, the Xia people gradually found it hard to find any traces of demigod demons. Chapter 163, Scarlet Cloud Mountain World, Soaring Cloud Peak. The peak of Soaring Cloud Peak was extremely quiet. Looking at the vast mountain range in the distance, Dongbua Shuiying's heart was exceptionally calm. Many Transcendents were in restaurants and taverns, gathering all sorts of news and discussing the battles between the human demigods and the demons. But Dongbua Shuiying was too lazy to care about this. Would discussing too much help the war? No. Thus, he temporarily threw everything to the back of his mind and focused on his spear techniques. As the spear flew, its power was vast and mighty. Dongbua Shuiying practiced his spear very slowly. As the spear rotated, it was like a huge whirlpool of waves, as if all attacks would be absorbed by this whirlpool. The true meaning of extreme piercing is a purely offensive true meaning. It is not suitable for defense. Using the 3 profound mysteries of water, fire, and wind to defend, it is still lacking. Dongbua Shuiying pondered. The perfect combination of the 3 profound mysteries of water, fire, and wind was the grade too true meaning of extreme piercing. It was weaker in other aspects. For example, regarding illusions, it was only the embryonic form of the grade 3 true meaning of illusions. As for defense, it had not even formed the embryonic form of the true meaning of illusions. Clearly, water, fire, and wind were more suitable for offense and were lacking in defense. Offense and defense are the most basic. Dongbua Shui Ing frowned. With just extreme piercing alone, the flaws in my spear techniques are too obvious. Suddenly, Dongbua Shui Ing stopped his spear techniques because he had received a message through his communication wristband. The Infernal Palace had gathered all transcendents for a transcendent meeting. They were asking everyone to hurry to the Infernal Palace's main hall. Transcendent meeting? Senior Brother Snow Eagle. Why do you think the Infernal Palace suddenly gathered all transcendents for a meeting? Jing Qiu had also received the news. She had been accompanying Dongbua Shui Ing by his side. Dongbua Shui Ing practiced his spear techniques while she comprehended her spells. Dongbua Shui Ing laughed. What else could it be? Of course, it's related to the demons. If I'm not wrong, the Infernal Palace is about to give us a mission. Our peaceful days are about to come to an end. Us? Jing Qiu was surprised. We're going to fight too? All of us transcendents. Dongbua Shui Ing said. This is only my guess. Let's go. We'll know everything in a moment. Yes. Jing Qiu nodded thoughtfully. Following that, the two of them turned into streaks of light and flew towards the exit of the Scarlet Cloud Mountain World. Infernal Palace Main Hall, Northern Summer Palace. So south figures flew over from all directions and landed in front of the Northern Summer Palace before entering in 2s and 3s. The Great Hall was rather majestic, and the decorations inside were simple and unadorned, following the most ancient customs of the Xia people. In the main hall, currently, there were 8 figures seated cross-legged. The one in the middle was a black-haired old man. He was none other than the palace Lord Qin of the Infernal Palace. There were a total of 7 demigods sitting cross-legged on both sides of him. The 8 of them were facing Dongbua Shui Ing and the other transcendents who had just entered the palace. Let's sit down quickly. Dongbua Shui Ing and Jing Qiu randomly chose a spot and sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Brother Snow Eagle, you've arrived. Big Brother Pingshan, Jing Qiu and I have just arrived. Dongbua Shui Ing saw Pingshan, Cheng Ling Shu and Zong Tu sitting beside him. All the transcendents in the great hall entered one by one and sat cross-legged on a praying mat. They even secretly transmitted their voices to each other. After the time taken to brew a cup of tea, Dongbua Shui Ing and the rest entered. Rumble! The gigantic palace doors slowly closed. All the transcendents solemnly looked at the 8 demigods sitting cross-legged in front of them. Everyone is here. The black-haired old man, Palace Lord Qin, said, I believe you've already guessed the reason why we've gathered all of you. Indeed, it's about the abyss demons. Ever since last winter, when a spatial tear connected to the dark abyss, the peaceful days of us Xia people came to an end. Large numbers of demons entered our homeland and wantonly massacred. Palace Lord Qin said, if they continue to act so wantonly, it would be a good thing. Us Xia people's demigods would be able to exterminate them all. However, demons have always been cruel and cunning. Initially, their greed for human souls caused them to act wantonly, but gradually they learned their lesson and became more and more low profile, hiding themselves deeper and deeper. At the beginning, we killed a lot of demons. Sometimes we could even kill a large number of them in one go. But as time went on, the number of demons we killed decreased. Until today, it's almost impossible to find another demon. They've all gone into hiding. Palace Lord Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. According to our battle records, there are 3 demigod demons that we've fought with that are still alive. Furthermore, we suspect that there should be other demigod demons that we've never fought with. we've discovered some clues. These demons that we've never fought with before are extremely cunning and careful. Other than the demigod demons, there's still a large number of demons that are cunning and hiding. To demons, human souls are an astonishing nourishment. It's extremely beneficial for them to increase their strength. If we allow them to hide in various places and continue to devour human souls, demigod demons will also be born among those inferior demons. We must not allow them to devour human souls and allow them to grow stronger. But now we have too few demigods. It's already very difficult to find these demons that are hiding. Pallas, Lord Chin said. Therefore, we need all of our transcendents to make sacrifices. All the transcendents of the Xia people who are sitting cross-legged below shuddered. Sacrifice? All of you transcendents are able to sense the heavens and earth. You are extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of all living things. Pallas, Lord Chin said, I need all of you to return to your hometowns. All of you will be scattered throughout the mortal world. You will travel everywhere and rely on your keen senses to search for traces of demons. The moment you discover a demon, report it immediately and a demigod will rush over. It's not just you. All the legend-ranked knights and mages will also be searching for traces of demons with their one with the world state. However, their realms are too low. They are far inferior to all of you. As transcendents, your realms are much higher than theirs. Your souls are also much stronger. Your senses towards all living things far surpass theirs. Your ability to search for traces of demons is thousands of times better than theirs. All of you will scatter and search for them. The moment the demons dare to devour human souls, they might be discovered by you. If you discover one, kill one. Perhaps in the process of searching for the demons, you will also be attacked by the demons and die. Perhaps the demons also have companions. They will also call for help. Even the demigod demons will appear. Regardless, we must kill these demons as soon as possible. The earlier the better. This time there are many demons. Based on the number of demons, this war between humans and demons will probably last for thousands of years. Pallas Lord Chin looked at all the transcendents of the Xia people. The transcendents of our generation are destined to make sacrifices. Among you, I'm afraid that many of you will die under the demons' retaliation. But if we transcendents cherish our lives and don't dare to go, then who will? Immortal, we must go. As the war continues, the ones who will emerge victorious will definitely be us, the Xia people. Pallas, Lord Chen's voice was resounding. All transcendents, from those pseudo-transcendents to those demigods, none of them retreated. All transcendents must participate in the battle. 3 months later, you will all leave the infernal realm and return to your hometowns. The infernal palace will also give out many missions and rewards. The resources that we, the Xia people, have accumulated over the generations will also be taken out in large amounts. There is only one goal, to kill all these demons. All the transcendents below were filled with killing intent. Kill. This was a war between humans and demons. If demons wanted to feed on human souls, then humans could only eradicate them all. Perhaps many of them would fall, but those who survived would continue to fight because they were human transcendents. Other than the demons, we also need to be wary of the demonic faction. Pallas Lord Chin said coldly, the demonic faction believes in the great demon god of the dark abyss. In history, they have often colluded with demons. Normally it would be fine, but now, the moment they are discovered to be part of the demonic faction, they will be killed without mercy. Chapter 164. Kill without mercy. During times of peace, even though they disliked the demonic faction and felt that the transcendents who relied on the demonic faction were too selfish, they could only turn a blind eye to it. Only the temple of the earth god, who spread their faith, was actively pursuing the demonic faction. It was rumored that there were a few demons within the demonic faction who were struggling at death's door. However, those few demons were unable to cause any huge waves. But now it was completely different. A large demon army had infiltrated their homeland. With the demonic faction colluding with them, the threat of the demons would rapidly increase. Thus, the infernal palace of the Xia people also went all out to hunt down the demonic faction. There are strong and weak demons, Palace Lord Chun continued. When searching for demons, you must act according to your own strength. I will now send all the information that the Xia people have gathered regarding the demons to you. This information is the most detailed information that we have gathered over the past year through various methods. Because there are too many demons, we have already discovered over 6,000 demons, which is only a portion of the entire demon army. There are still many demons that we have yet to gather information on. You will have to act according to the circumstances. Below, Dongbua Shuiying and the other transcendents felt a chill in their hearts. More than 6,000 demons had been found. The number of demons was truly huge. One must know that the demigods' tracking methods were very powerful. For example, they could directly search through the memories of the demon's soul. Even so, they could only obtain a portion of the information. Hua! A detailed report was sent to the hands of every transcendent of the Xia people. Dongbua Shuiying immediately used his consciousness to check this report. Abyssal demons. The Xia people were divided according to their combat strength. They were divided into the strongest demigod demons. Each of them had the combat strength of the top 10 demigods of the Xia people. Transcendents below the demigod level would flee if they could. They would definitely not resist. One must know that in the top 10 demigods, other than the transcendent natives, the few demigods from the human and beast clans all wielded deity weapons. In other words, the demigod-level demons that had been discovered alive were still alive and well under the pursuit of a human demigod with a divine weapon. It could be seen how tyrannical and terrifying they were. Grade 5 evil demons possess the combat prowess of the top 10 saints and saints. They are very powerful, and the ones who stand at the very top are even stronger than the current number 1 on the saints and saints ranking. Strength comparable to a demigod. Their numbers were extremely low, and they were a group of demons that had to be killed with all their might. Once they were allowed to devour human souls and obtain nourishment, they would have a high chance of becoming demigod demons over time. Grade 4 demons. Their battle prowess is between the top 30 and the top 10 of the saint rankings. They are relatively powerful, but there are relatively few of them. Demons of this level must be hunted down as much as possible, as they also have a chance of becoming demigod-level demons. Rank 3 demon. Saint-level transcendent power. Very common among ordinary demons. Rank 2 evil demons. Early stage or middle stage of saint tier. They are considered to be relatively young evil demons. Rank 1 evil demons. The weakest of the evil demons. They are the most numerous, and their strength is comparable to the mid to peak sky realm. Ordinary peak sky realm transcendents can deal with them and even have a chance of killing them. Although they were the weakest, they were also the youngest and weakest. As time passed, they would also grow. They had to be eliminated as soon as possible, and the threat must be eliminated while it was still budding. Another reminder, demons are the transcendent life forms of the dark abyss. Their talents are even stronger than the ancient life forms of the Xia people's world. Their battle experience is formed in the cruel dark abyss. Some of their battle styles are within our understanding, but some are extremely strange. If you are careless, even if your strength is not inferior to the demons, you might still suffer a great loss or even lose your life. Below is a detailed list of the demons and their strength. More than 6,000 evil demons were densely packed and detailed introductions. Dongbua Shuiying's heart was heavy. This was only a portion of the demon army that had come to the Xia people's world. Moreover, this was their current strength. As time passed, The demons would also transform after devouring human souls in the mortal world that they dreamed of. Therefore, humans could not afford to wait. They had to eliminate every single demon as soon as possible. Even the strongest demigod demons had to be hunted down as soon as possible. If this demigod demon broke through and became a demonic god, then it would be a great calamity for the entire Xia people's world. Fortunately, just like how it was extremely difficult for human transcendence to advance from demigod to deity, the demon's breakthrough was also extremely difficult. In fact, it was even more difficult than a human's breakthrough. In the next 3 months, all of you must memorize all the information regarding these demons. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Palace Lord Qin spoke again. As for the rewards for discovering and killing demons, as well as the rewards for killing the transcendents of the demonic faction, the Infernal Palace is currently formulating it. Once it is finalized, we will inform all the transcendents. Other than making all the transcendents risk their lives for the sake of the survival of their race, they would also set the rewards. Those who contributed more would naturally receive more rewards. Those who were lazy and avoided danger would naturally not receive any rewards. This transcendence meeting was mainly for the Infernal Palace Lord Qin to pass down the orders. Rumble! The palace doors slowly opened. All the transcendents quickly flew out of the palace doors in groups of 2s and 3s, flying in all directions. 3 months. Dongbua Xueing flew in the air, looking at the bustling Xia capital. After 3 months, the Xia capital will no longer be this bustling. At that time, all transcendents below demigod level and all legend rankers would have to leave the Xia capital and head towards the mortal world to search for traces of demons. Scarlet Cloud Mountain World. After the Transcendence meeting ended, Master Gong Yu also gathered the group of substitute elders of Scarlet Cloud Mountain. The demigods are all very busy. I have been staying in Scarlet Cloud Mountain World for the past year, only splitting out my Qi avatar to participate in the war. Master Gong Yu looked at the group of young transcendents in front of him. According to the orders of the Infernal Palace, in 3 months, all of you will leave the Xia capital and return to your hometowns. As for the resources that you all enjoy normally, my Infernal Palace will distribute them year by year. Each distribution will be a year's quota. Of course, once you become a Saint Transcendent, the distribution will stop. Master Gong, you said, whether or not you want to become a Saint Transcendent, you can decide for yourselves. As soon as he finished, bang! Dongbua Shuang, Yuan Qing, Jing Qiu, Wen Yong'en, and the rest all looked over in shock. Sidu Hong had a pleased look on his face. The aura on his body was currently undergoing a transformation. An even more powerful aura was emitted from his body. Saint Rank? Everyone present was stunned. He broke through to Saint Rank? There was a clear difference between Saint Rank Transcendent and Sky Rank Transcendent Qi. The Transcendent Qi would undergo a qualitative transformation. This kind of Transcendent Qi would allow one's body and soul to undergo another evolution. The difference could be seen from one's lifespan, because after another evolution, a Saint Rank Transcendent would be able to live for 1,500 years. I have already nurtured it to my limit. Since the demons have arrived, we naturally cannot retreat. At this time, the stronger we are, the more demons we can kill. Situ Hong said with a smile. He had the bearing of a human hero. He was rather pleased with himself. See, breaking through to Saint Rank is as easy as drinking water. The reason why he was still flaunting at the last moment was because he had been too sullen recently. Dongbua Shueing was still ranked first and had even completed the Mountain Road Life and Death mission. All of this made Situ Hong very unhappy. At the last moment, he wanted to flaunt a little. He felt that Dongbua Shueing was so young. His nurturing of transcendent qi might not be complete yet. What a joke! Dongbua Shueing shook his head in his heart. Was there a need to be so anxious about breaking through? One must know that once a transcendent chi broke through, he still needed to nourish his body and soul. Normally, it would be done in one go under closed-door cultivation. Right now, Situ Hong was breaking through first. After everyone had dispersed, he would probably go into closed-door cultivation to nourish his body and soul. This was too deliberate. He was too impatient. This Situ Hong was the most despicable person amongst the Scarlet Cloud Mountain's substitute elders. From the looks of it, he was also the weakest in terms of tempering his spirit. With such a weak spirit, he might not be able to withstand the soul pressure in the second section of the mountain road. Very good. Master Gong Yu smiled and nodded. That should be the case. All transcendents should do their best to kill the demons. But you don't have to be anxious, because today we will be distributing a year's worth of resources. You can definitely break through tomorrow, since you have already broken through and become a saint rank transcendent. You will no longer be able to enjoy the resources. Situ Hong's face instantly froze. A year's worth of resources would be distributed today. He thought that he would be distributing a year's worth of resources after leaving the Xia capital. In just a day, a year's worth of resources would be gone. Dongbua Shueing and the other transcendents present were all laughing in their hearts. Seeing how you were flaunting, now you are dumbfounded. Chapter 165. Time passed day by day. As the 3-month deadline approached, the atmosphere in the Xia capital gradually changed. In the past, transcendents would accept a few life or death missions. But other than the 10 most basic life or death missions that every transcendent had to complete, it was normal for them to only accept a mission once every 3 to 5 years or even 10 years. Moreover, they would only accept a mission when they felt that they needed to make a breakthrough in their state of mind, cultivation, and many other aspects. Ordinary days were leisurely and carefree. After all, life during times of peace was very relaxing. But now was different. When they returned to their hometown, every transcendent would have to follow the Infernal Palace's plan to track down the demons. Although they could slack off and avoid danger, they still had to put on a front. Even if they couldn't find the demons, they could still sneak attack the human transcendents. Although there weren't many demigod demons, there were too many weaker demons. Transcendents, some were filled with battle intent and hunted down demons. But there were also those who were afraid of death. There were even some who were extremely selfish and relied on the demonic faction colluding with demons and helping them. Night. The Xia capital's night was quite lively. Transcendents and legend rankers often met up. After all, once they left the Xia capital and returned to their hometown, the transcendents would rarely meet up. Many legend rankers might not even see each other in their lifetime. At this moment, a young man and woman were walking side by side. From their appearance, they seemed to be around 20 years old. Senior Brother Snow Eagle, Jing Qiu said, "Are you planning to attempt the 100 Battles Chamber tomorrow?" "Yes, before I leave I must attempt it once. If I succeed, I will be able to obtain sufficient resources. I can also exchange for some transcendent weapons, powerful arrays, etc. This will also make Snorok Castle safer," Dongbua Shueing said. He had already completed the Mountain Road mission, so the chances of completing the 100 Battles Chamber were still very high. "Senior Brother Snow Eagle, you have cultivated for less than 60 years. If you succeed, the contribution points you will obtain will be very shocking," Jing Qiu said with some anticipation. "I believe that your Snorok Castle will be one of the safest places in the entire Tranquil Sun province. I wonder if Senior Brother Snow Eagle will allow me to stay there?" "Haha, of course it's allowed. Jing Qiu, you are such a powerful transcendent, great mage. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to find you. With you around, it would be much easier to set up those powerful arrays," Dongbua Shueing said. "Then it's a deal." Jing Qiu's eyes narrowed into a smile. "It's a deal." Dongbua Shueing also felt warmth in his heart. The war with the demons might last a long time, but at least they could be together, and that was enough. Senior Apprentice Brother Snow Eagle, you've long since reached the third level of the realms of myriad existences in the profound mysteries of water and fire. Your transcendent Do-Chi should have been nurtured to perfection as well, right? Jingqiu asked. I'm already at the peak. I can break through to the martial saint tier at any time. Dongbua Shueying said. These words were enough to make many sky realm transcendents envious and jealous. But there was no other way. 16 years ago, the profound mysteries of water and fire were already at the third level. After many years of nurturing his transcendent Do-Chi, his fusion of water, fire, and wind all reached the third level, allowing him to grasp the embryonic form of the true meaning of illusions, greatly increasing the rate of nurturing his transcendent Do-Chi. After that, he even grasped the grade 2 embryonic form of the true meaning of extreme piercing, which greatly increased the rate of nurturing his transcendent Do-Chi. Half a year ago, his transcendent Do-Chi could already break through at any time. It was only because he was in the 100 Battles chamber that he didn't dare to break through. After all, in order to obtain the 100,000 contribution points reward, he had to become a Sky Realm Transcendent before the age of 60. I knew it. Senior Apprentice Brother Snow Eagle, when are you preparing to break through? Jingqiu smiled. I've tried the 100 Battles chamber. Dongbua Shueying said, for the war with the demons, I have to increase my strength as much as possible. Hopefully I'll succeed tomorrow. Those contribution points will be of great help to me. With 100,000 contribution points, only then would he be able to spend them wantonly. I'll definitely succeed. Jingqiu was filled with confidence. On the second day, the sky brightened. Dongbua Shueying came to the infernal palace alone. Following the winding corridors, he quietly arrived at the 100 Battles chamber. The moment his body touched the door, he entered the 100 Battles chamber. The scene in front of him changed. This was a huge and spacious secret room. In the distance, there were many humanoid statues. These statues were all about 2 meters tall, and each had a weapon. There was a spear, an axe, a chain, a staff, a scimitar, a sharp sword, a heavy hammer, a shield, and so on. Dongbua Shueying, please choose the weapon on the weapon rack by the side. Other than the storage treasures in the 100 Battles chamber, you're not allowed to use any other transcendent items. The moment you use them, it will be considered as a failure. A voice resounded within the 100 Battles chamber. Dongbua Shueying understood that this was the voice of the Infernal Palace's weapon spirit. Hua! Turning around, he walked towards the weapon rack by the side, only to see that Dongbua Shueying's boots had disappeared. Walking barefoot, the ground was really cold. As for the clothes he was wearing, he had already prepared them. Walking to the weapon rack, he waved his hand and kept everything into his storage treasure. At the crucial moment of the battle, he could use whatever weapon he wanted. I'll take this one. A silver spear appeared in Dongbua Shueying's hand. Slightly shaking it, he felt that the force was transmitted perfectly. Do, 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 do. A short and deep sound suddenly came from the human-shaped statues in the chamber. Every statue's eyes lit up, and a deep crimson glow could be seen in their eyes. The 100 transcendent, human-shaped, refiner organisms all stared at Dongbua Shueying. Some of them curled their lips, some snorted coldly, some laughed loudly, and some looked cold. Every transcendent, refiner organism had their own thoughts. He's here. Another opponent has arrived. Brothers, let's go. Let's play slowly. Don't destroy him too quickly. The previous transcendent was defeated in a single move. Old 18, your hands were too heavy, and you almost smashed that transcendent into meat paste. Fortunately, half of his body was left behind, and that transcendent survived. These 100 refiner organisms all stared at Dongbua Shueying with excitement. Dongbua Shueying's body blurred, and then split into 3 figures. The 3 black-robed Dongbua, Shui, Ing stared at this group of refiner organisms at the same time. This battle involved a total of 100,000 contribution points. Dongbua Shui Ing naturally did not dare to be careless. Even though he had completed the Mountain Road mission and had a high chance of winning the 100 Battles Chamber, there were still some differences between the two. The Mountain Road mission was aimed at those substitute elders, and it had a higher requirement for the embryonic form of a true meaning. As for the 100 Battles Chamber, it was aimed at all transcendents. Some transcendents had grasped a complete true meaning, but it was only a grade 7 or grade 6 true meaning. Compared to those substitute elders who had only grasped the embryonic form of a true meaning, their combat styles were different. The higher the grade of the embryonic form of a true meaning, the more profound it would be. As for low-grade true meanings, even though they seemed mediocre, once they were complete, they would be very all-round in combat. I hope I don't die here, Dongbua Shui Ing thought. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ah, he actually turned into 3. Interesting. This is interesting. Who cares if it's 3 or 10? Surround him. Suddenly, golden veins appeared on the surface of all the refiner organisms' bodies. In an instant, the veins on the bodies of the 100 refiner organisms emitted rays of light. The rays of light connected with each other, and a powerful array ripple spread throughout the entire 100 Battles Chamber. The aura of all the refiner organisms seemed to have become more powerful. Go! The 100 refiner organisms that were originally standing at different locations instantly turned into phantoms, covering the sky and covering the earth as they rushed over. Some were sticking close to the ground, some were attacking from the sides, and some were flying down from above. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the 100 refiner organisms had all sorts of weapons in their hands. Some were lashing out with long rods, some were strangely slashing with scimitars, and some were ramming with shields. All sorts of weapons surrounded the 3 Dongbua Shui Ings. Chapter 166. The 3 Dongbua Shui Ings had 6 arms and 3 silver spears. The crimson eyes of these 100 refiner life forms flickered, but their attacks didn't change. They didn't care how many arms and spears Dongbua Shui Ing had. They only needed to work together and crush him. He could only see an overwhelming number of weapons closing in on him from all directions. For a moment, Shui Ing felt helpless, as if 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Pung pung! 2 of the doppelgangers were instantly destroyed. Shui Ing immediately swept his spear horizontally in response to the attacks coming from all directions. Pung pung pung! The spear wantonly swept across, clashing against the weapons of the transcendent life forms and forcing back 8 transcendent refiner life forms. But at this moment, there were a total of 18 of them attacking him from all directions. The spear in Dongbua Shui Ing's hands danced, sweeping with all his might, whipping, sending them flying. For a moment, the group of transcendent refiner life forms were swept away, slapped away, and sent flying. But there were a total of 100 transcendent refiner life forms in the surroundings. They charged forward wave after wave, and none of them suffered any damage. Even if they were swept away, they would continue to surround him. Too scary. The densely packed transcendent refiner life forms attacked crazily. Groups after groups of them were sent flying, and more rushed in. Dongbua Shui Ing was completely trapped in the center. At this moment, it was useless even if he split out his doppelgangers. These transcendent refiner life forms were only focused on him. No wonder it's so hard to win in the 100 Battles Chamber. Dongbua Shui Ing understood this point. Although I've comprehended the true meaning of extreme piercing, it's not suitable for me to face a siege. Extreme piercing. What was needed was piercing. Piercing. It wasn't necessary to use the true meaning of extreme piercing. The true meaning of extreme piercing could be used to smash, hack, and sweep. That was because extreme piercing was a piercing point. When the spear smashed out, the entire spear would be like an extreme point. It could similarly use the embryonic form of the true meaning of extreme piercing to smash the enemy to death. But this was not the right time. Since Dongbua Shuang was currently facing a siege, what he needed was to be able to move his mind smoothly and smoothly. Therefore, his sweeping, flying, and other moves were more focused on the point of being continuous. Only in this way could he defend against the 18 transcendent alchemy creatures at the same time. As for extreme piercing, it was a unique move, a furious smash. It wasn't continuous and smooth. Instead, all of his moves transformed into a single point and smashed forward. Very good. It might be able to break the surface defense of an extraordinary alchemical life form, and even knock away 3 to 5 extraordinary life forms behind it. However, the attacks of the other transcendent life forms would land on Dongbua Shuang. The true meaning of extreme piercing was more suitable for one-on-one attacks. It was a point-penetrating attack. Dongbua Shuang was deep in thought, but his hands did not stop moving. Large groups of transcendent alchemy creatures were constantly being sent flying. The spear's spear technique was continuous and majestic. It was like a raging storm that could sweep through the heavens and earth. However, it was unable to break through the defense. The 100 transcendent alchemy creatures completely surrounded Dongbua Shuang, making him look like a huge hemisphere. Dongbua Shuang was at the core of this hemisphere. He did not dare to fly. Once he did, the area of space would be larger, and the number of transcendent alchemy creatures that could attack him at the same time would increase exponentially. Walking on the ground. No matter where he went, the transcendent alchemy creatures completely surrounded Dongbua Shuang, surrounding him in 3 layers and attacking him with all their might. While Dongbua Shuang was fighting, he was also thinking, "My spear technique is clearly weaker in terms of defense. Although the embryonic true meaning of extreme piercing is powerful, it is not suitable for defense. It is also unable to allow my attack to be continuous." Dongbua Shuang had always been thinking about how he should perfect his spear technique. A good spear technique should be able to flow smoothly, one move after another, and the power of each move could even be stacked. This way, the enemy would feel more pressure during a battle, allowing them to defeat the enemy. If it was just extreme piercing alone, and the chain of moves was lacking, then the moment extreme piercing failed, he would be out of moves. Extreme piercing can only be considered a pure offensive move. What I need is a complete spear technique. If my defense is perfect, then my attacks must be continuous as well. Both attack and defense must be perfect. Over the past year, I have been pondering for a long time. In terms of defense, the profound mysteries of water, fire, and wind are not suitable. In terms of offense, they can guarantee the power of extreme piercing, but they cannot guarantee a continuous attack. If I focus on the profound mysteries of wind and wind, then I will not be able to form extreme piercing. No matter how I ponder, the profound mysteries of water, fire, and wind are unable to satisfy my spear technique. Since that's the case, then I will have to seek external help. I need to fuse other profound mysteries into them so that my spear technique can be more perfect. Water, fire, and wind had already comprehended the embryonic form of the true meaning of extreme piercing and the embryonic form of the true meaning of illusions. This made Dongbua Shuang very cautious. He did not dare to casually fuse other profound mysteries into water, fire, and wind. That was because he was worried about one thing. Water, fire, and wind could perfectly form the embryonic form of the true meaning of extreme piercing. If he were to add another profound mystery and destroy this balance, then his embryonic form of the true meaning of extreme piercing would be destroyed. This was the reason why Dongbua Shuang was so cautious. He knew his own limits. Wanting to comprehend a grade 1 true meaning that was above all other true meanings in the countless worlds, and even the deity world, was an extremely difficult task. This was especially true after he had personally experienced extremity. He was very clear that comprehending extreme piercing was already considered quite lucky. Wanting to comprehend a grade 1 true meaning that was on the same level as the true meaning of extreme piercing, the difficulty would be 10 to 100 times higher. But for more than a year, his spear techniques had stagnated. This was an obvious shortcoming that made him very uncomfortable. Ever since he was young, he had always pursued the pinnacle of his spear techniques. During this battle with over 100 transcendent refiner life forms, he finally decided to find another profound mystery and fuse it into his spear techniques. This would allow his spear techniques to become even more perfect. I'll risk it all. Furthermore, the pinnacle is the end of everything, and also the beginning of everything. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes shone with a frightening light. All profound mysteries of the myriad existences can be combined into a single point of extremity. Water, fire, and wind, these three profound mysteries can be combined into extreme piercing. Since all profound mysteries can be combined into an extreme piercing, I can add another profound mystery. As long as I can coordinate it well, it should not destroy the true meaning of extreme piercing. Dongbua Shuiying thought, but I have to be careful as to which one to add. There were countless profound mysteries in the world. He had to find the most suitable one. Actually, the higher one's realm was, the harder it would be to fuse a new profound mystery. When one's realm was low, one would feel that his spear techniques were too fierce and lacked softness. The true meaning of water and fire was grade 4. When one felt that it lacked spirituality, one would naturally find the profound mystery of wind. The true meaning of extreme piercing was grade 2. Fuse another profound mystery. The closer one was to the peak, the harder it would be to advance any further. Such matters could not be rushed. One could only search for that kind of opportunity while comprehending his spear techniques, during battles, and while observing the world. Boom, boom, boom. 800 transcendent refiner life forms continuously attacked Dongbua Shuiying. They could make mistakes because there were too many of them. However, Dongbua Shuiying could not afford to make any mistakes. The moment he made a mistake, he would be struck by the weapons. If that happened, he would be heavily injured and defeated. Dongbua Shuiying treated this as an opportunity to improve his spear techniques. This battle lasted for close to an hour. After such a long battle, he would eventually make a mistake. Pum! Amidst the encirclement of many weapons, a long rod successfully struck Shuiying's chest. A powerful, penetrating force penetrated through his clothes and inner armor before penetrating his body. Even though his body could withstand it, he still could not help but fly backwards. Still a little more. It is still too difficult for me to block the attacks of a group of transcendents. Time to end this. The instant Dongbua Shuiying was sent flying. Shwa! He vanished into thin air. Subsequently, over 20 meters away, the black-robed Dongbua Shuiying reappeared. Amen. All the transcendent refiner life forms looked around in astonishment. Very quickly, they found Dongbua Shuiying, who was over 20 meters away. They were all in disbelief. How did he dodge it? He teleported in the middle of a battle. These transcendent refiner life forms didn't dare to believe it. An intense battle would produce ripples in space. Under such unstable ripples, it was extremely difficult to teleport. Dongbua Shuiying didn't say anything. He wasn't teleporting. Instead, he was using the embryonic true meaning of extreme piercing to pierce through everything. Naturally, he could also pierce through space. Extreme piercing wasn't limited to spear techniques. He could use his fingers, his fists, and his body to execute the profound mysteries of extreme piercing. However, even though extreme piercing could pierce through space during a battle, it had a weakness: distance. It wasn't teleportation or spatial travel. It was merely piercing through space. At the very least, Dongbua Shuiying felt that he could only pierce through a distance of about 100 meters. Chapter 167. Dongbua Shuiying's body moved. Once again, he disappeared and reappeared behind one of the transcendent refiner life forms. The silver spear pierced through the body of that refiner life form. The surface of its body could not withstand the attack. Shwa, retracting his spear, he disappeared and reappeared beside another refiner life form, thrusting his spear once more, one-on-one. Even though the true meaning of extreme piercing was difficult to deal with when surrounded, it allowed him to maintain a one-on-one situation. Naturally, he could defeat these refiner life forms in a single move. As soon as their bodies were pierced, the crimson glow in their eyes dimmed and they once again became motionless statues. This was the rule set by the elders of the Xia people for these refiner life forms. The moment they were pierced through, it meant that they had been defeated and they would stop fighting. Thus, to win the 100 Battles Chamber, not only did one have to withstand the attacks, one had to break through the surface of the refiner life forms' bodies. Clearly, this was a high test for many aspects of combat. Most peak sky realm transcendents would need to grasp a complete grade 6 true meaning before they could break through their defenses. The difficulty was unimaginable. Break, break, break. One could see Dongbua Shuiying's figure appearing time and time again. The refiner life forms had no way of surrounding him and were defeated time after time, turning into statues. We've lost. It seems that we're going to lose. This human transcendent is too powerful. Not only are his attacks powerful, but he can also teleport during battle. These extraordinary alchemy life forms lost their will to fight. In the end, they were all defeated and turned into motionless statues. 100 Battles Chamber. He had won. Dongbua Shuiying grinned. In fact, he had understood after exchanging blows. To win, he had to first deal with the encirclement and then break through their defenses. If he used his true meaning of extreme piercing, he would easily win. Thus, he was not in a rush to do so. Instead, he used all his spear techniques in hopes of perfecting them. Fortunately, I've comprehended it for more than a year. Dongbua Shuiying rejoiced inwardly. Back when he had completed the Mountain Road mission and grasped the embryonic form of the true meaning of extreme piercing, he had only used his spear to stab or his finger to stab. He had used the stab technique to execute the extreme piercing. Back then, he couldn't use extreme piercing to smash, hack, sweep, and so on, not to mention using his body to cast it. If he had entered the 100 Battles Chamber at that time, he would have been defeated. Over the past year or so, as his experience deepened, his mastery of it became more and more perfect. Everything could be turned into an extreme point that could penetrate everything. Weapons could transform into extremities, and so could the body. Flowers and leaves could be plucked. A mere embryonic form of a grade 2 true meaning was already so terrifying. Haha, good, good, beautiful. A loud laughter suddenly resounded in the 100 Battles Chamber. Dongbua Shuiying turned around and saw a black-haired old man standing there with a smile on his face. "Greetings, Palace Lord," Dongbua Shuiying said. The person in front of him was none other than Palace Lord Qin. Actually, the moment Dongbua Shuiying entered the 100 Battles Chamber, the infernal palace treasure spirit had immediately informed its master. Thus, Palace Lord Qin had been quietly observing the battle. Clearly, the battle scene had made him very happy. This grade 2 true meaning is indeed powerful. The embryonic form is already so amazing, able to easily penetrate through space during battle. The black-haired old man praised. In the future, when you grasp the complete true meaning, I don't even dare to think about it. Back then, Eternal Wind only grasped the grade 3 true meaning of void cleavage. Yet he was already comparable to a demigod and had even defeated demigod Fengdong. The moment you grasp it, your combat power will definitely increase. Cultivate properly and grasp the complete, true meaning as soon as possible. When that time comes, it won't be a problem for you to reveal it to the world. For now, you still have to keep a low profile. Since you've successfully passed the 100 Battles Chamber, 100,000 contribution points will be given to you. However, this news must be kept a secret for now. I understand, Dongbua Shuang said. Even though he was very strong now in front of those world-destroying demigods, he was still too weak. He still had to rely on the 2 protective treasures given to him by the Xia people to protect his life. Before he grasped the complete true meaning, he would be relatively weak. As such, he had to be more careful. Demons can also be considered a form of training for you. Palace Lord Qin laughed. Go and fight hard. Your improvement will be even faster in battle. Try to grasp the complete, grade 2 true meaning as soon as possible. I can't wait to see that day come. After returning from the 100 Battles Chamber, Xue Ying was still as quiet as before. After returning to his mansion, he accompanied his family to have breakfast. The whole family was together. Dongbua Xue Ying's mood was extremely good. 100,000 contribution points would greatly increase his own strength and the strength of Snorok Castle. Master, Mage Jingqiu is here. A maidservant came to report. Mo Yang, you said. Let Mage Jingqiu come over to have breakfast with us. Eat together? Dongbua Xue Ying was startled. As a transcendent, why would he need to eat breakfast? The main reason he ate with his family was to enjoy the feeling of being part of a family. In any case, she's not an outsider. Mo Yang, you smiled. Yes, she's not an outsider. Dongbua Lai also laughed. In this year of living in the Xia capital, they had seen Dongbua Xue Ying and Jingqiu frequently going out together. They could feel the closeness between the two. Mo Yangyu and her husband even faintly treated Jingqiu as their daughter-in-law. Even though Jingqiu was older than Dongbua Xue Ying by 3 years, they were still very satisfied with her. The lifespan of transcendence was ridiculously long. A mere 3 years of age difference was already something to rejoice about. Furthermore, they were from the same county and had mutual feelings for each other. How good was this? Very soon, Jingqiu arrived. Mage Jingqiu, please take a seat. Mo Yangyu politely said. Even though she treated Jingqiu as her daughter-in-law, she was still a transcendent mage. Greetings, Marquis Madam. Jingqiu greeted politely as she sat beside Dongbua Shuang. She glanced at Dongbua Shuang and secretly transmitted a message. How is it? Did you succeed? Yes, I succeeded. Dongbua Shuang replied. However, this news must be kept a secret. Don't spread it out. I'm only telling you this. A sky realm transcendent before the age of 61, the 100 Battles Chamber. How could it be so quiet? You even had breakfast with your family after returning from the battle. Jingqiu transmitted a message with a smile on her face. Evidently, Dongbua Xue Ying said that she was the only one he told. Jingqiu's heart was filled with sweetness. Dongbua Xue Ying suddenly spoke. Tonight, I plan to go into seclusion. I might be delayed for a day or 2. Seclusion? Everyone looked at him curiously. Yes, I will be leaving the Xia capital in a month's time. At that time, I might have to face the threat of the demons. I have to break through to the Saint Realm before that. Dongbua Xue Ying explained. Once he broke through to the Saint Realm, there was no way to hide it. The aura he emitted would be completely different. Dongbua Xue Ying had never thought of hiding it from his family. Saint Realm Transcendent? Qin Shi exclaimed. Wow, brother, how long have you been cultivating? You're already a Saint Realm Transcendent. That's amazing. Senior Brother Snow Eagle should be the youngest Saint Realm Transcendent in the past 1,000 years. Jingqiu added. Other than Dongbua Xue Ying and Jingqiu, there were also his parents, Uncle Tong's family, Uncle Zong, and 2 couples. His brother's girlfriend was called Daya. She was also an influential figure in the Eternal Wind Academy. She and her sister Dai Lu were both beautiful and had already stepped into the meteor realm. Meteor-level beautiful female mages, and twin sisters at that. This was a rare sight in the Eternal Wind Academy. The other couple was Dai Lu and her boyfriend, Kong Yuan Feng. Dongbua and Qin Shi had a transcendent brother who was also a silver moon mage. Kong Yuanfeng, who was able to pursue his sister, Dai Lu, was also a prodigy of the heavens. He was the disciple of the transcendent wizard, Zi Che Gufeng, and was now a silver moon wizard. His most dazzling achievement was his high attainments in the study of the flesh and soul. Si Lianghong, the ancestor of the Si family, who was also researching in this area, had even publicly announced that Kong Yuanfeng had surpassed her in the study of the flesh and soul. Too amazing! Dai Lu, Daya, and Kong Yuanfeng were all shocked. They were geniuses in the Eternal Wind Academy. But in the Xia capital, there were many legend, ranked knights, and mages. In the mansion they lived in, Dongbua Shueing, Jing Qiu, and their junior brother Yuan Qing. Which one of them did not make them look up to? Yuan Qing was younger than them, but he had already stepped into the transcendent realm. Dongbua Shueing was even more astonishing. He was previously recognized as the peak of the sky realm transcendence in the Xia capital. He had the strength of a saint realm transcendent. Now he had already stepped into the saint realm at such a young age. He might even become a demigod in the future. Worship, respect. This was how Qing Shi, Dai Lu, Daya, and Kong Yuanfeng felt at this moment. That night, Dongbua Shueing entered the meditation room. The fire crystal lamp was lit. In the spacious meditation room, only Dongbua Shueing sat cross-legged. In his hand was a dawn stone that weighed more than 0.5 kilogram. At the same time, his mind was immersed in his Dantian's qi-si. With a thought, the transcendent Do Qi that had long been nurtured to its peak, which had been suppressed all this time, easily underwent a transformation and began to step into a higher realm, ***. Chapter 168. Within his Dantian qi-si. In the misty space, a fiery red mist pervaded the air. This was Dongbua Shueing's transcendent Do Qi. This Do Qi had consumed more than 250 kilograms of origin stones over the years. Furthermore, it had been nourished by the laws of profound mysteries and had long reached its limit. Following a thought from Shueing, Qi, the countless fiery red Do Qi immediately underwent a qualitative change. Within the fiery red mist, traces of lightning-like flowing lights appeared, as if they were strands of silk, like dancing silk threads, like snakes of lightning. All of the fiery red mist was rapidly transforming into this even more condensed and denser energy. Every single thread was formed from the condensation of a large amount of mist from before. Very quickly, the Do Qi was completely transformed. Countless fiery threads of Do Qi intertwined and transformed into a crystal ball, following which it transformed into a miniature version of Dongbua Shueing, following which it transformed into a miniature mystical dragon. Every single one of them was lifelike and had vivid expressions. Only the surface of their skin would occasionally glow. After stepping into the saint realm, the transcended Do Qi is indeed different. Dongbua Shueing sighed inwardly. It can condense and transform into a Do Qi avatar. First, nourish my body and soul. Dongbua Shueing did not think too much about it. He calmed his heart. The lightning-like transcendent Do Qi began to seep into his bones, muscles, and skin, then into his internal organs, and finally into his brain to nourish his soul. Nourishing the soul was the slowest. After stepping into the saint realm, most transcendents would be able to form Do Qi avatar. But to form a Do Qi avatar, one would need to divide their soul. Most transcendents would not be in a rush and would take their time to nourish their soul. But Dongbua Shueing wanted to do it all in one go, because after leaving the Xia capital, he would have to travel to many places. Thus, he wanted to leave his Do Qi avatar in Snorok Castle. To protect his clan during the Demon War, he did not dare to neglect his clan. If something went wrong, it would be too late for regrets. More than 0.5 kilogram of origin stones were used one after another. After using another 19 pieces, Dongbua Shueing finally felt that the growth of his soul was starting to stagnate. The nourishment of his saint tier, transcendent Do Qi, was no longer effective. Phew! Dongbo Shui Ing opened his eyes. Saint tier transcendence? Dongbo Shui Ing grinned as he looked to his side. Whoosh! A fiery red stream of light flew out from Dongbo Shui Ing's body, flew to the side, and quickly condensed into a young man in a red robe and black hair. It looked exactly the same as Dongbo Shui Ing, except that its face, skin, and hair were glowing faintly. With a single look, one could tell that it was not a real body of flesh and blood. It was just a body condensed from battle chi. The feeling of having one's soul split is really unpleasant. Dongbo Shui Ing muttered softly. Fortunately, it's just a small portion of my soul. It has no effect on my strength. He was not a sorcerer, and sorcerers relied on their mental energy to fight. Thus, splitting one's soul would have an obvious effect on a sorcerer's strength. However, knights relied on battle chi, weapons, secret arts, cultivation levels, and so on. Splitting a small portion of one's soul wouldn't have much of an effect. My battle chi clone must not be destroyed. Dongbo Shui Ing looked at the battle chi clone in front of him. Once it is destroyed, the portion of soul contained within it will be destroyed as well. I'll have to recuperate properly. Dongbo Shui Ing thought to himself. It was recorded in the books that soul splitting. The two could still sense each other. However, if the portion of soul contained within the battle chi clone was destroyed, it would be a form of damage to the source of the soul. Although it would only be a small portion, it would still be a loss to the source of the soul. For example, sorcerers expended their mental energy and soul energy in battle. That was the most external source of energy. It wasn't the source of the soul. Thus, even if it was used up, it could recover quickly. However, if the source of the soul was damaged, even if it was just a small portion, it would still have to recuperate slowly. If the injury was too serious, it might even turn into a lunatic. If they were too heavily injured, they might die on the spot. Therefore, even if a demigod used a battle aura clone to explore a dangerous place, once they lost their battle aura clone, they would first have to slowly recuperate. Only after they had recuperated would they use the battle aura clone again. Normally, they wouldn't dare to use chi doppelgangers twice in a row. These were all common sense. My origin stones are being used up so quickly. Dongbo Shui Ing looked at the remaining small dawn stone in his hand and said, advancing from the initial stage to the peak stage of Saint Tier requires more than 1,500 dawn stones. As for becoming a demigod, fortunately, we don't have to worry about it for now. If I want to reach the early stage of the Sage Tier, I'll need 25,000 kilograms of dawn stones. This needs to be prepared. Dongbo Shui Ing thought. It was extremely difficult to improve the primordial bloodline body, and the price was also extremely high. Previously, Dongbo Shui Ing did not dare to think about it. However, after winning the 100 Battles Chamber, he no longer hesitated and decided to absorb the energy of the Dawn Stones without restraint, allowing his body to break through to the early stage of the Saint Realm. This way, his body would be closer to the undying body, and the chances of his primordial bloodline awakening for the second time would be greater. Spring 9663, early morning. A large number of people entered the gate of the world on the towering mountain outside the Xia capital. Brother Dongbo. Congratulations, Brother Dongbo. For becoming a saint at such a young age, it's really enviable. In midair, a large group of transcendents brought their families and flew in midair, waiting to enter the gate of the world. While waiting, they greeted each other. The news of Dongbo Shui Ing becoming a saint had already spread in the past half a month. This caused many transcendents in the Xia capital to be incomparably shocked. This Dongbo Shui Ing was too young. He had only been a transcendent for 20 years, yet he had already become a saint. There was really no way to compare. How could those old fellows who had been stuck at the Sky Realm for hundreds of years endure this? From now on, those from the Water Taoist faction can enter. Beside the gate of the world, the Infernal Palace's palace, Lord Qin personally presided over it. Today, all the legend-ranked knights, mages, transcendents below the demigod rank, and their families would all be sent out. This was a huge matter, and they must not be destroyed by the demons. Hua hua hua. A large number of legend rankers from the Water Taoist faction began to enter. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. If there's a chance, you can come to Azure River County to look for me. Dongbua Shui Ing bade farewell to some of his friends. Some of these friends had fought alongside him when he went on missions. There were also some of his fellow disciples from Scarlet Cloud Mountain. Jing Qiu, let's go. Dongbua Shui Ing and Jing Qiu brought their families and flew towards the gate of the world. A large number of people entered the gate of the world. Dongbua Shui Ing and Jing Qiu brought their families and flew into the gate of the world. So lively. In the northernmost part of the Dragon Mountain Empire, the originally quiet Water Taoist faction was bustling with activity this morning. A large number of legend rankers and transcendents had arrived. Everyone. A powerful voice resounded throughout the entire Taoist faction. Everyone raised their heads to look at the green-robed man who was emitting an oppressive aura. It was faction head Si Kongyang. From tomorrow onwards, transcendents and legend rankers will have to follow orders to hunt down demons. Faction head Si Kongyang said, "Today is your time to prepare. Now, you have 2 hours to prepare. You can go and exchange for some secret techniques. You can also go and exchange for weapons and treasures. After 2 hours, my Water Taoist faction will send you back. All right, go and prepare." Yes, the transcendents and legend rankers respectfully acknowledged the order. Some of the family members held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Si Kongyang's formless aura was too frightening. The family members stayed in the Taoist faction to rest, while the transcendents and legend rankers went to exchange for some necessities. In the future, when they were searching for demons, they would inevitably have to fight with demons. At this time, the contribution points would naturally be converted into their own strength. As for those who valued their family, they would also exchange for powerful arrays to protect their family. Keep 50,000 contribution points and exchange the rest for weapons and arrays. Dongbua Shui Ing had already made his decision. Take out 30,000 of these 50,000 contribution points and exchange them for origin stones. Senior Dragon, Senior Sparrow, I wish to exchange for a demigod equipment. Dongbua Shui Ying's voice was isolated from the surroundings. On the surface, the weapon pavilion only had man-ranked and saint-ranked transcendent weapons. As for demigod equipment, it was hidden. Without becoming a saint-ranked transcendent, one did not have the qualifications to look at it. Kid, you're not bad. The last time I and the old dragon saw you, you were just a transcendent. How long has it been since then, and you're already a saint-ranked? You even have enough contribution points to exchange for a demigod equipment. The Water Taoist faction's equipment spirit, Senior Sparrow's clear voice rang in Dongbua Shui Ying's ears. All right, I'll send you over now. Chapter 169. A surge of energy wrapped around Dongbua Shui Ying, causing the space around him to distort. Dongbua Shui Ying did not resist. With his extreme piercing, he could easily leave this place. The space around him changed. Previously, he was still on the grassland. Now he was in a sealed palace. The palace was completely sealed, and there were many fire crystal lamps illuminating the place. Many powerful demigod treasures were placed in the palace, as well as some powerful mage equipment. There were even some unique treasures and powerful arrays. Elder Dongbua. There was already a saint-ranked transcendent in the palace. Elder Ning. Dongbua Shui Ying also recognized him. This gray-robed man with a divine sword on his back was called Ning Nan. He was currently ranked 25th on the saint rankings. The two of them exchanged a simple greeting and went to search for the treasures they needed. Dongbua Shui Ying walked around the palace as he observed. In the future, when he fought against demons, he would first need a protective robe. When his weapons were unable to block the attacks, This robe might be able to save his life. Next would be the spear. This one is not bad. Dongbo Shui-ing looked at all the demigod robes and finally chose Waterfire Cloud Robe. A demigod mage who grasped the true intent of water and fire spent over 10 years to refine this robe, using the ripple of the true intent of water and fire to construct a spell model. This robe was refined. Once the robe is activated, formless ripples will envelop the body, isolating it from all attacks. Only a peak stage, saint rank transcendent would be able to pierce through it. Even if they could pierce through it, they would be weakened by the ripples. Middle grade demigod. It was worth 32,000 contribution points. This is it. Dongbo Shui-ing picked it up and wore it. The material of the robe was extraordinary, and demigods would definitely not be able to destroy it. However, some powerful attacks could still penetrate the robe and affect the body. Furthermore, the attacks would usually be aimed at the face, throat, or other unprotected vital spots. At such times, the formless ripples would be needed to protect the body. True intent of water and fire ripples. Dongbo Shui-ing activated it and felt it. Water, there were ripples. Fire, there were waves of fire. That demigod great wizard's true meaning of water and fire had reached an extremely high level, almost to the point of condensing a true deity heart. Furthermore, he was most proficient in the aspect of waves. That was why he was able to refine a semi-divine artifact based on it. A demigod weapon was not something that a demigod mage could create. Truly formidable. The two powers of water and fire are intertwined, and they reinforce and subdue each other. The ripples formed by the two are also layered upon each other, and they are profound and unfathomable. The moment Dongbo Shui-ing activated it, he could feel a layer of dense ripples on the surface of his body. This ripple was extremely mysterious. He was considered to have done a lot of research in the aspect of fire and water, so it was easy for him to activate it. However, he still had a long way to go before he could fully understand it. No matter what kind of attack it will be weakened by this fluctuation, and its power will be greatly reduced. It can even weaken the attack power of a Saint Peak level transcendent. Dongbo Shui-ing nodded. Although there were better protective robes, defensive robes were expensive to begin with. Spending 32,000 contribution points on one was already extremely expensive. With this robe, he could just stand there and let them attack him. Anyone below the Saint Peak level would not be able to harm him at all. Even a Saint Peak level transcendent would barely be able to pierce through this layer of fluctuation, and by then they would already be exhausted. The threat of those in the top 10 of the Saint rankings would also be reduced by half. This is the spear. Dongbo Shui-ing very quickly chose a spear as well. When fighting against demons, a good weapon was naturally very important. Stellar Fire Cloud Spear. The spear tip was made from the deity world stellar stones, and the spear shaft was made from flaming cloud iron. The material was extraordinary, and it was left behind by an alien who died. The spear weighs 13,000 jin, and there was nothing special about it other than its sharpness. Mid-grade demigod. It was worth 30,000 contribution points. What a waste. Dongbo Shui-ing muttered to himself. Flaming cloud iron, deity world stellar stones. The materials used are truly extravagant. If a powerful great mage were to refine this spear, he would at least be able to create more spell models. For example, to create illusions, to increase the spear's speed, to contain terrifying poison, etc. I never thought that there would be no spell models at all. That's right, this was a spear that did not have any runes on it. The only thing was that the material was amazing. Just the deity world stellar stones alone were more expensive than some of the materials used to refine top-grade demigod rank deity weapons. Unfortunately, this was a demigod weapon that had already been refined. It was impossible to destroy it and take out the deity world's stellar stones. The spear tip made from the deity world's stellar stones was incomparably sharp. The only advantage it had was its sharpness. Because it was too sharp, it was classified as a mid-grade demigod rank weapon. Its price was also very high. One must know that offensive weapons were usually very cheap. The price of this spear was comparable to a defensive robe. What I value is this sharpness. Dongbo Shueing revealed a smile. Extreme piercing, paired with an extremely sharp spear. How many people would be able to block this stab? Everything was exchanged. The water fire cloud robe, the stellar fire cloud spear, and the 3 powerful formations had cost him a total of 79,000 contribution points. Compared to his original plan, he had overspent by nearly 10,000 contribution points. After all, exchanging for treasures was not that accurate. Moreover, if he overspent, then so be it. He had to go and kill demons. Killing demons also had rewards, and he could still earn it back. Moreover, the stellar fire cloud spear was a must. It could greatly increase his strength. The Transcendence and Legend rankers of the Water Taoist faction all went to exchange for the treasures they needed. At noon, everyone began to move. Get on the ship. A large flying ship landed at the entrance of the Water Taoist faction. The white-haired Cho Chi stood on the battleship. He was in charge of sending the Transcendence and Legend rankers back. He had grasped the true meaning of space cleavage. Now that he had become a demigod, he was very good at traveling. This is our itinerary. I will send the Transcendence back, one by one. As for the Legend rankers, you all just have to look carefully at the itinerary and decide where you will disembark. Chiu Chi said. The huge itinerary was placed beside the entrance of the battleship. 5 provinces, many locations. Everyone looked at it and decided where they would disembark. Senior Brother Snow Eagle. Jing Qiu was shocked. You spent 17,000 contribution points to buy the array? Spending so much, even a demigod would need some time to break through the array. Anyone below the demigod level would not be able to break through it. Actually, there is no need for that. Spending 5,000 to 6,000 contribution points to buy an array is more than enough. Arrays are different from mage equipment. It was different. Mage equipment was miniaturized and could be carried around. Arrays were fixed in the nest, so there was no need for it to be moved. Furthermore, the range of the array could be very large. Hence, the difficulty was greatly reduced. An array that cost 17,000 contribution points was comparable to a mage equipment that cost hundreds of thousands of contribution points. For example, provinces and counties, there were some powerful arrays. A little more or a little less doesn't matter. Oh, right, Jing Qiu, the plan to kill the demons has been arranged. Are you going to spend the first half of the year or the second half? Dongbo Shueing asked. All the Transcendents had to hunt down the demons, but they could not do it every single day. According to the plan, every Transcendents had to spend half of their time every year. The Infernal Palace would have a unified allocation. Half of the Transcendents would spend the first half of the year, while the other half would spend the second half. This way they could take turns. During the half a year of rest, they could peacefully cultivate. I'm going to spend the first half. Jing Qiu smiled. Tomorrow I will be going to hunt down the demons. What about you? I'm also going to spend the first half. Dongbo Shuang smiled. Looks like I will have to trouble you to help me set up the array today. These are all completed arrays. Once they are installed, it's very simple. Half an hour should be enough. Jing Qiu smiled and nodded. The 2 of them sat by the window and chatted. The sound was isolated, so no one came to disturb them. After all, there were only a few Transcendents in the cabin, about an hour after leaving the Water Taoist faction. Next, Tranquil Sun Province, Azure River County, Water Rights Town. Chi Chiu Bai's voice resounded in the cabin. Those who are preparing to disembark, come out. Chi Chiu Bai's gaze turned towards Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang and Jing Qiu both stood up. They walked onto the deck. Snow Eagle, you have to be careful in the future. Chi Chiu Bai transmitted, don't be too stubborn. The most important thing is to grasp the true meaning as soon as possible. And, Brother Eternal Wind, you have to be careful too. Demons cannot be underestimated. Dongbua Shuang added. The two of them chatted for a while. The battleship tore through space and arrived at an empty space. Looking down, the tallest of the mountains was Snorrock Mountain. At the top of the mountain was Snorrock Castle. Snorrock Castle. Dongbua Shuang revealed a smile. This was the place he grew up in. Naturally, he had deep feelings for it. Chapter 170. Snorrock Castle was very lively because the marquis couple and the two young masters had returned, especially the legendary young master, Dongbua Shuang, who was a legendary transcendent. Who? Dongbua Shuang walked on top of the mountain. He took a deep breath and inhaled the cold, earthy smell into his lungs, causing him to smile. The smell of home, the place where he grew up. It was early spring, and Water Rights Town was located in the northern part of the continent. It was close to the northern snowfield, so there was still a thick layer of snow on top of the mountain. Of course, this was also because Dongbua Shuang deliberately stepped on the snow. The main road to the top of the mountain had already been cleared by the servants and guards of the Dongbua clan. Greetings, Sir Snow Eagle. A white-robed old man smiled and bowed respectfully. Master by Yuan Ji. Dongbua Shuang smiled. You haven't changed much since you were a few years ago. Sir Snow Eagle hasn't changed much. He is still as young as before. Bai Yuanji said. He had personally seen Dongbua Shuang grow step by step from an extraordinary youth to where he was today. It was hard for him to estimate Dongbua Shuang's current realm. These years, he had been relying on the Dongbua clan. With the help of the Dongbua clan's resources, he had also reached the Silver Moon rank. The Dongbua clan was the #1 clan in Azure River County. It was one of the top 3 clans in the entire Tranquil Sun Province. Senior Snow Eagle. A voice sounded. Jing Qiu was walking over. In 2 flashes, she appeared beside Dongbua Shuang. Greetings, Master Yu. Bai Yuanji said respectfully. Of course, he knew of the other female transcendent from Azure River County. Jing Qiu, this is Master Bai Yuanji. Dongbua Shuang said. In the future, when you cultivate here, you can occasionally give him some pointers. Okay. Jing Qiu smiled at Bai Yuanji. Master Bai, when my mage building is finished, you can come over occasionally. Thank you, Lord Snow Eagle. Thank you, Wizard Yu. Bai Yuanji was very excited. Currently, the Dongbo family had 3 legend rankers and more than 10 Silver Moon rankers. Bai Yuanji wasn't that eye-catching among them. However, he had known Dongbua Shuang for a long time and was once Qingshi's master, which was why his status was slightly special. They chatted for a while. Dongbua Shuang and Jing Qiu walked side by side. Is this where you grew up? Jing Qiu asked curiously. Yes. Breathing in the air here feels different. Home is still the best. Dongbua Shuang walked with familiarity. Oh, have you finished installing it? This is very simple. Jing Qiu nodded. The entire peak of Snorrock Mountain is within the range of the array. With these 3 great arrays, no demon will dare to come here. Jing Qiu was also watching curiously. She could feel Dongbua Shuang's feelings for this place. She was also watching. This was the place where her true love grew up. The banquet was very grand, because tomorrow Dongbua Shuang and Jing Qiu were going to travel the world. Let me talk about some serious matters. At the end of the banquet, Dongbua Shuang opened his mouth. Immediately, everyone from the Dongbua family and the Yu family quietened down. The person who spoke was a saint transcendent. Everyone returning from the infernal world can be considered a good thing. Although it is safer there, we are always cooped up there doing nothing. Transcendents have their own pursuits. To mortals, it is like being imprisoned. Dongbua Shuang laughed. Returning to the mortal world is the time for you all to show off your abilities. Immediately everyone laughed. That's right. The Dongbua family and the Yu family were both transcendent families. How much power and influence did they have in the mortal world? In the Xia capital, they could only endure. There were a bunch of legend rankers there, and more than half of the transcendents in the Xia people were gathered there. They lived like rice worms, with very little entertainment. That kind of life was too boring, and it was a waste of life. Although returning to the mortal world is a little dangerous, it is still all right. A year ago, the battle between the Xia people and the demons was the most intense. But now, the demons have learned their lesson and are all hiding without a trace. The demigods of the Xia people have not been able to find a single demon for a long time. That is why they arranged for us, transcendents, to come back and hunt the demons. Dongbua Shuang laughed. They are too good at hiding. This also proves that the battle between the Xia people and the demons has started to shift from the open to the dark. The demons are better at hiding and are less of a threat to mortals. That is why it is the most suitable time for everyone to return. At this time, there are a few safe places. One is this Snorok castle. It can be said that those demons from the abyss will not be able to barge in. Maybe the strongest demons can break the array, but they will need to spend some time. During this time, all you have to do is to report to your superiors through your communication wristbands. In a breath's time, a human demigod will arrive. Dongbua Shuang laughed. Don't worry. I have flipped through the history of the Xia people and can tell you for sure. Demons are extremely cunning, careful, and selfish. There was no way he would risk his life for this. The possibility of this place being attacked by a demigod demon is lower than the possibility of gold falling from the sky. The other place is the Eternal Wind Academy. That is where the Eternal Wind Knights reside. Qingshi, you are part of the Eternal Wind Academy. You can enter. The most important place is the provincial capital. Even when the demons first invaded, no demons dared to barge into the provincial capital. Dongbua Shuang said, the entire Xia people have a total of 19 provincial capital. Every provincial capital has been reinforced through the generations and has many arrays. They are much stronger than my Snorok castle. If a demigod demon were to enter, the array would be activated and he would not be able to escape. As for the weaker demons, once they are discovered, the might of the array can easily kill them. These 3 places are all very safe. Secondly, the county capital is also considered to be relatively safe. The array of the county capital is also quite powerful. Only a few of the strongest demons would dare to ignore it. Dongbua Shuang said, all right, I have already told you about the safe places. My Dongbua clan and your Yu clan will decide how to run the clan in the future. All right. Thank you, Lord Dongbua. Someone from the Yu clan immediately expressed his gratitude. They were very happy to see their own Yu Jingqiu and Dongbua Shuang getting closer. In their eyes, Yu Jingqiu was only a beautiful transcendent sorceress. On the other hand, Dongbua Shuang had become a saint transcendent in a very short period of time. He had the potential to become a demigod in the future. Hence, they were very supportive. Brother, it's too boring at home. Yeah. And I will be returning to the Eternal Wind Academy in a few days. Qingshi said. All right. Dongbua Shuang did not stop him. Although his brother Qingshi looked young, he was actually almost 50 years old. Of course, compared to his lifespan of 200 years, it was still very early. The battle with the demons would probably not stop for the next 1,000 years. Was his brother going to be a rice worm for the rest of his life? That was obviously impossible. The upper echelons of the Dongbua clan and the Yu clan had returned. Naturally, they would continue to be the ones in power. Everything in the Xia people's world returned to normal. Of course, this was because the human transcendents were still chasing after the demons. The human demigods were also stationed in various places, able to travel through space to provide support at any time. It was precisely because of this pressure that the remaining tens of thousands of demons decided to go into hiding. The more hidden they were, the better it was for them. because if they dared to be arrogant, they would be killed by the humans. Let's part ways here. The next morning, in the sky above Snorok Mountain, Dongbua Shueing and Jingqiu looked at each other and smiled. It was impossible for two transcendents to work together to chase after the demons. That was too inefficient. The Infernal Palace also forbade such a thing to happen. Senior Brother Snow Eagle, you must be careful. Jingqiu said. You too, Dongbua Shueing said. Very quickly, the two separated. Jingqiu turned into a ray of light and flew towards the south, disappearing into the horizon. Dongbua Shueing also flew towards Water Rights Town in the west. Chapter 171. Provincial capitals were extremely safe. County capitals were relatively safer. Places related to transcendent clans were also relatively safer. The demons also knew that the transcendents of the Xia people were looking for them. Thus, they would usually stay far away from these places. What was the most dangerous place? The large number of counties and villages were the most dangerous. The population here was densely packed. Even the weakest rank 1 demon would be able to do as they pleased. These counties were not a threat to them at all. After all, the world of the Xia people was too huge. There were too many counties at the lowest level. It was impossible for every county to have arrays that could suppress transcendence. They did not have that many resources. Xiao, how fast was Dongbua Shueing's current speed? The embryonic true meaning of extreme piercing's control over the heaven and earth energy, along with his transcendent body, was terrifyingly fast. It was much, much faster than when he first became a transcendent. From Snorok Castle to Water Rights Town, within a breath's time, Dongbua Shueing had already landed in Water Rights Town. After so many years, Water Rights Town hasn't changed much. Dongbua Shueing walked. The cloud water and fire robe on his body had also turned into an ordinary black robe. His face was also changing. With a slight change in his facial features, his appearance was completely different. His appearance as Dongbua Shueing. If the demons had the intention to search for him, they should be able to find out what he looked like. Naturally, he had to hide it. Hua! Borrowing the heaven and earth energy, his soul force spread out in all directions, radiating over 100 kilometers. This 100 kilometers naturally enveloped the entire county of Water Rights Town. The millions of residents within the county were all under his observation. Whether it was the fights on the streets, the blood spilled in the dark, the flesh traded, the bitter training, all sorts of scenes were under his observation. Dongbua Shueing's powerful soul force was able to easily distinguish everything. Boss, give me something to eat. Dongbua Shueing randomly found a corner of a restaurant and ordered some breakfast. He ate slowly, investigating demons. Actually, it was that easy. As long as he walked around, he could eat, drink, and play around. As long as he often used the power of the world to investigate his surroundings, he would be considered to be doing his duty. There was nothing that could be done about it. The demons hid themselves very well. Just like how transcendents could turn their bodies into particles, they could turn into water, spheres, and so on. Abyssals could also transform. They could easily transform into human form. And since these demons lived in the dark abyss, they had the means to conceal their auras. They changed their appearances and completely concealed their auras. Then he would not be able to see any flaws. If they could see through the flaws, the human demigods would be able to borrow the power of the heavens and the earth to search a wider area. They would be able to search thousands of miles in one go, and they would be able to search the entire Xia people's world. But why couldn't they find them? It was because as long as the demons hid and didn't reveal their auras, no one would be able to tell that they were any different from normal humans. However, they only wanted to fight, or devouring human souls. As long as he did something that required him to use the demonic energy in his body, the aura of that demonic energy could not be concealed and would be immediately discovered. What Dongbua Shueing and the others needed to do was to maintain the surveillance of the heavens and earth and wait for their prey. The moment they discovered the aura of a demon, they would immediately chase after it. Borrowing the power of the heavens and the earth to search was very safe. This was because the power of the heavens and the earth was everywhere. As long as one didn't control the power of the heavens and the earth, and used the power of the heavens and the earth to search, the demons would not be able to discover them. If I just wait like this for half a year, I wonder how many demons I can catch. Dongbua Shue'ing thought to himself. The days of hunting demons were so leisurely. Every day he would eat and drink. Dongbua Shue'ing was like a playboy. He would often sit in restaurants and other places for half a day, listening to female singers. After staying in Water Rights Town for a month, he didn't gain anything. Thus, Dongbua Shue'ing left Water Rights Town, walking through a few villages. Strange. There's no trace at all. Dongbua Shue'ing muttered to himself. He even used his communication wristband to communicate with other transcendents. Brother Dongbua, I can't find any traces either. I've asked the Dragon Mountain Manor. A month ago, there are some villagers whose souls were devoured. But now, the entire county is very peaceful. I haven't heard of any cases of villagers' souls being devoured, nor have there been any cases of large-scale disappearances. Brother Snow Eagle, I feel that these demons are aware that we have been searching for them recently. It seems that they have retreated. Dongbua Shue'ing discovered that he wasn't the only one. Many other transcendents had also discovered that the demons had become even more low-key recently. Humph! At the beginning they were just enduring, but soon they would not be able to endure it. Dongbua Shue'ing had read the dossiers of the demigods in the history of the Xia people. Naturally, he was clear that a dog could not stop itself from eating feces. How could it be possible for the demons to not devour the souls of humans when they saw so many humans? It might be possible for them to endure for 3 to 5 months, but it was impossible for them to endure for a few years. They would definitely go crazy. The Infernal Palace had also issued an order for the Transcendents to search patiently. Azure River County City. Dongbua Shue'ing was walking in the county city. He was in a good mood. This was the place where he first met Jing Qiu. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed. Shue'ing casually entered a restaurant by the side of the street and directly went to the second floor of the restaurant. He found a seat by the window and sat down. After ordering some food and drinks, he began to slowly waste his time. Borrowing the power of the heavens and earth, he surveyed his surroundings. He even started to ponder about his spear techniques. As for investigating, he just needed to spend some time on it. Shue'ing enjoyed this sort of leisurely pondering over his spear techniques as he walked around. His heart could become more tranquil, and his own spear techniques could faintly become more reserved. Everything he did was to pursue the essence. He felt that if this continued, his spear techniques would eventually find a profound mystery that could make up for the flaws. In the afternoon, Dongbua Shue'ing suddenly frowned. She came here. Madame Yu, my master has already arrived. He is waiting for Madame Yu on the 3rd floor. Below the restaurant, a luxurious horse carriage stopped. A beautiful middle-aged woman, dressed in luxurious clothing, walked down. Beside her were 2 meteor rank guards. At this moment, an old man respectfully welcomed her at the entrance of the restaurant. Madame Yu, please. Lead the way, the beautiful middle-aged woman said indifferently. She had a noble air about her. The old man did not dare to be negligent. This Madame Yu was a very famous and influential person in the upper circle of Azure River County. It was said that she was the first love of the legendary transcendent, Dongbua Shue'ing. There were also rumors that she and Dongbua Shue'ing were siblings. In short, when she was young, she lived together with the legendary Dongbua Shue'ing in the same castle. This was not fake. Dang, dang, dang. Following the wooden stairs of the restaurant, Under the guidance of the old man, the beautiful middle-aged woman led the 2 meteor rank guards up to the 2nd floor and then to the 3rd floor. On the 2nd floor, in a corner near the window, Dongbua Shuang sat there, looking at the back of the beautiful middle-aged woman as she ascended to the 3rd floor. Yu, Dongbua Shuang's mood was somewhat complicated. That year, that immature young girl who called him Big Brother Shuang, the girl who had once made him incomparably angry, had now become a middle-aged woman. Although she still retained her charm and beauty, the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes could already be seen clearly. Her skin was gradually loosening, and in terms of appearance, she seemed even older than his mother, Mo Yanyu. That's right, Yu was already over 50 years old. Even now, she was still a heaven rank mage and had not stepped into the star realm. In terms of lifespan, she could only live up to 80 or 90 years. Being able to maintain her current appearance was already not bad. Chapter 172. Towards Yu, he no longer felt any anger. After all, it had been a long time. At most, he would shake his head and smile. Furthermore, he and you were people from 2 completely different worlds. You had yet to step into the star realm. Her lifespan was short, and it would be extremely difficult for her to step into the star realm in the future. Normally, the number of star realm mages in a county could be counted with one's fingers. Yu's talent was not high. She had a short lifespan, but he had a lifespan of thousands of years. Through the power of the heavens and earth, he looked at her loose skin, that appearance of a middle-aged woman. How could he be angry? He could only sigh. Dongbua Shuang did not intend to talk to her. Today, they had only brushed past each other. In the end, the 2 of them were heading in different directions. Business is pretty big. Dongbua Shuang borrowed the power of the heavens and earth to cover an area of 100 li. At this moment, he could not help but pay attention to Kang Yu. Naturally, he saw and heard the conversation in the private room on the 3rd floor. Actually, although Dongbua Shuang was observing millions of people, in reality, it was impossible for him to pay attention to everyone. To pay attention to millions of people at the same time was impossible. Even demigods could not do it. At most, he could simply monitor everyone. Only when there was a demonic aura would he be alerted. Of course, if there was a shocking scene, he would be alerted. As for killing, fighting, cursing, colluding, talking, etc., these were all instinctively ignored, unless he was paying attention to someone. 3rd floor. Lady Yu brought 2 meteor rank guards up to the 3rd floor. Under the guidance of an old man, they walked along an elegant corridor and arrived at a private room. 2 guards stood outside the private room. They were ordinary knights. Creak! One of the guards pushed open the door. Haha, Lady Yu, please come in. A skinny man sitting at a table in the private room laughed and stood up. Baron Een. Lady Yu smiled and walked in. The 2 meteor rank guards naturally followed. Creak! The door closed again. There were a total of 7 people in the private room. They were Baron Een and his 3 subordinates, Lady Yu and her 2 guards. Lady Yu, please. Baron Een smiled brightly. Lady Yu finally sat down. Come, have a taste. This is the 7 treasures fruit wine that I brought back from the provincial capital. It's not for sale. I'm acquainted with one of the great magicians in the gold refining workshop, and that's how I managed to get my hands on this bottle. I can't even bear to drink it. Today, I especially brought it out to entertain Lady Yu. Baron Een smiled as he helped to pour the fruit wine. The wine was as pure as a lake and exuded an enchanting aroma. Just smelling it was a pleasure. Come, let's have a drink. Baron Een raised his glass. Lady Yu raised her wine glass and smiled. Thank you, Baron Een. As she spoke, she raised her glass and touched it to her lips before putting it down. Baron Een didn't come looking for me to drink, right? Lady Yu asked. Haha. Lady Yu is really straightforward. Let's get down to business. Baron Een said, This time I came here for the inn that your Kong clan owns in the provincial capital. Madam Yu, please state your price. We are very sincere. Do you really want me to name a price? All right, 5 million gold coins. Are you willing to buy it? Lady Yu smiled lightly. Don't scare me, Baron Een said. I am very sincere. If you are sincere, then name a price. Lady Yu said casually. If we can't come to an agreement, I will leave. I still have a banquet to attend tonight. I cannot stay here for too long. 300,000 gold coins. Baron Een gritted his teeth. How about it? Are you dreaming? Lady Yu sneered. Lady Yu, when your Kong clan bought that in 10 years ago, you only spent 120,000 gold coins to buy it. My offer is 300,000 gold coins. That's more than double. I am already very sincere, Baron Een said. Lady Yu frowned. Baron Een, don't treat each other like fools. Right now, you and I both know the situation under the heavens. The legendary abyss demons are hiding in every corner of the world. Right now, the safest place is the provincial capital. All the nobles and rich merchants are thinking of ways to buy property in the provincial capital. Buying a house in the provincial capital is enough for the whole family to live in. Right now, the price of land and houses in the provincial capital is very high. Furthermore, it is constantly rising. I heard that the war between the demons and transcendents will last for thousands of years. Back then, my Kong clan bought it cheaply. Now, that inn of mine has dozens of courtyards. The land it occupies is very large. Now, the price has increased by more than 10 times. You want to buy it for 300,000 gold coins? Do you think that I, Kong Yu, am an idiot? Baron Een laughed awkwardly. This Kong Yu was very well informed. It was said that the Transcendents had just returned from the infernal realm. The news of the war between the demons and Transcendents was only spread among the upper-class clans. She actually knew about it so quickly. I won't play with you. 3 million gold coins. A fixed price. Lady Yu said casually. That's too high. Baron Een hesitated. Today, I will tell you this price. However, I can't guarantee anything in the future. Lady Yu stood up. You have the gold coins. No. Lady Yu sneered and turned to leave. 2 meteor rank guards opened the door for Lady Yu. Inside the private room, Baron Yin's face turned ugly. When Lady Yu walked out of the private room, her mood was extremely good. Because of her relationship with Dong Bo Shuang, all of the transcendent clans in the Tranquil Sun province treated Kong Yu courteously. They were not willing to offend her. After all, no one knew what the relationship between Dong Bo Shuang and Kong Yu was. Therefore, not offending would not make a mistake. Lady Yu relied on this point to wander among the upper-class clans. She even got involved in some businesses. Others didn't have the qualifications to do it, but she dared to, because those transcendent clans didn't want to push the Kong clan too far, as long as the Kong clan didn't go too far. After all, her younger brothers and sisters were much weaker than her. She had long become the real master of the Kong clan. She always had ambition. She wasn't willing to just stay in the county capital. Therefore, the Kong clan's business had long spread to the province capital. Naturally, they bought some inns, mansions, and courtyards. After these years of painstaking efforts, the Kong clan's assets could be considered to have reached 1 million gold coins. But this time, the invasion of the demons. This caused the prices of land and residences in the province capital to soar more than 10 times. The Kong clan had made a huge profit from what they bought in the past. Now, she could even sell a large inn for 3 million gold coins. It could be said that the invasion of the demons had caused the wealth of the entire world. Countless rich people and nobles in the counties were rushing towards the province capital. 300,000 gold coins? Dream on. Lady Yu was very disdainful. Although the power behind Baron Een was very strong, she wasn't afraid. Her Kong clan had business relations with some transcendent clans. Why would she be afraid of Baron Ian? Tap, tap, tap. She walked down the stairs. Lady Yu's gaze naturally swept across the second floor. Previously, when she was walking up the stairs, she didn't pay attention to the second floor at all. But now, when she swept her gaze across the second floor, she saw a figure in the corner of the second floor. It was a black-clothed youth. Lady Yu's body trembled. She stopped walking down the stairs. She looked at the back of the black-clothed youth. Too familiar. This familiar back. All these years, she didn't know how many times she had regretted it, how many times she had reminisced about it. She was too familiar with Dongbua Shuiying's back. Furthermore, this back was exactly the same as back then. Is that him? Lady Yu walked down the stairs in disbelief. She nervously walked towards that direction. She felt her entire body was sweating. It had been many years since she was this nervous. Chapter 173. The two meteor rank guards behind her looked at this scene with some doubt. Lady Yu nervously walked to the window and saw the face of the black-robed youth. Lady Yu was slightly surprised. Different. This was a stranger's face. The black-robed youth turned to look at her. "Madam, what's the matter?" Lady Yu immediately said, "I mistook you for someone else." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the staircase. There were too many similar people in the world. That's right, a dignified transcendent would drink alone in a restaurant. This time, she must have mistaken him for someone else. She walked down the staircase with the two guards. "I actually got recognized." Dongbua Shuiying shook his head and laughed. This time he only changed his appearance. After all, many people knew about his appearance. When he was listed in the Dragon Mountain book, all the big clans would collect some basic information about him, which naturally included his appearance. As for his figure, unless it was someone who was very familiar with him, no one would be able to recognize him. It seems that the Kong clan's life is not bad. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. No matter what, Kong Yu was a memory of his youth. It was a good thing that she was living a good life. Dongbua Shuiying's expression suddenly changed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the private room on the third floor, Baron Ian sat there with an ugly expression. "Master," the old man beside him whispered, "this Kong Yu really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. She is just relying on her relationship with Dongbua Shuiying. Maybe Dongbua Shuiying has already forgotten about her. How dare she be so presumptuous in front of Master? In the past, we did not think much of the Kong clan. Her Kong clan is considered lucky to be able to buy such a big inn in the provincial capital. Since she doesn't give us face, we will secretly." As he said that, he lightly chopped the air with his hand. He could see that his master was obviously very angry. No, Baron Ian shook his head. The Kong clan was indeed not worth mentioning. In the past, they barely had 1,000,000 gold coins. This was also the result of Kong Yu's hard work for more than 20 years. But now, because the number of inns and houses in the provincial capital had increased, the biggest one was that big inn. The Kong clan's wealth was close to 5,000,000 gold coins. That was extremely high. In fact, with the help of the demon invasion, the great clans were all flocking to the provincial capital. The most powerful, transcendent clans in the provincial capital were the ones who earned the most. "We definitely can't provoke a transcendent," Baron Ian said in a low voice. "It's not worth the risk for an inn." "Yes," the old man replied respectfully. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door of the private room. Creak. The door opened, and a maid came in with a sweet smile. "My lord, shall we serve the dishes?" Serving the dishes? Baron Ian had been suppressing a bellyful of anger for a long time. At this moment, he glanced at the maids who came in. Those who were chosen to serve the guests in the private rooms on the third floor were all young and beautiful. Their figures were also excellent, with curves in all the right places. Baron Yin's gaze was like a knife on the maid, causing her to feel nervous and uneasy. She felt uneasy and fearful. "Close the door," Baron Yin said calmly. Yes. The two guards outside immediately closed the door of the private room. "My lord?" The maid was nervous and uneasy. "I want to paint," Baron Yin said in a low voice. The maid heaved a sigh of relief. "Painting? Painting?" "Hurry up," the old man at the side urged. The two meteor rank guards in the room immediately took a step and went to the maid's side. "What are you doing?" The maid was shocked. Uffed! Her mouth was sealed. At the same time, one of the meteor rank guards skillfully took out a bundle of rope and quickly tied the maid up. As for the other meteor rank guard, he directly tore apart the maid's clothes, revealing a fair and youthful body. This made the maid extremely frightened. She wanted to struggle, but with the rope binding her, she couldn't move at all. She wanted to shout, but with her mouth sealed, she could only let out a very low woo-woo-woo sound. The soundproofing of this private room was too good. After all, knights who cultivated Do-Chi had very sensitive ears. If the soundproofing wasn't good, some business conversations inside the room could be heard from the outside. Therefore, the soundproofing was very good. Even if someone shouted loudly inside, the voice outside would be very weak. "Who?" Baron Yin stood up. With a wave of his hand, a tray appeared beside him. On the tray, there were many knives of different lengths. The knives were very sharp and flashed a cold light. "Kong you really make me very uncomfortable." Baron Yin picked up a knife and looked at the frightened maid in front of him. He grinned and sneered. "Don't be afraid. I'm just painting on your body." White skin, blood red marks, emitting an aura of life. Don't struggle. Be obedient, and only you will die. If you struggle too much, I won't be happy painting, and your whole family will be finished. The old man and the two meteor rank guards at the side watched calmly. They were already used to it. Baron Yin was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. When he was angry or extremely happy, he would paint. When he was angry, he could vent his anger and calm himself down. After all, he was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. If he wasn't calm enough, it would be very bad. "Pa!" The door outside suddenly opened. "Huh!" Baron Yin looked outside angrily. The old man and the two guards also looked outside. They saw that the two guards outside the door had already fallen. A black-clothed youth walked in. "Woo, woo, woo." The bound and sealed maid struggled with all her might. "Who are you?" Baron Yin's face darkened. He shouted, "You dare to kill my people? Killing people is against the Empire's laws." He could tell with a glance that the two guards at the door were already dead. "Oh, you know the Empire's laws?" Dongbua Shui shook his head and walked towards the bound maid. "Humph!" The meteor rank guard beside the maid was furious. He instantly unsheathed his sword. Chi with a sound, a hole appeared on the meteor rank guard's forehead. He widened his eyes in fear and fell to the ground. Blood began to flow on the floor of the room. Not good. Baron Yin, the old man, and the other meteor rank guard felt their hearts turn cold. If he could instantly kill a meteor rank expert with a concealed weapon, then he could easily kill the three of them. After all, Baron Yin and the old man were much weaker. They had not even reached the star rank. "I'm the vice president of the Sky Fire Trade Union, Yin Dan," Baron Yin said. "This time I'm really ashamed. If you need any compensation, I will do my best to make it up to you." The Sky Fire Trade Union was one of the top 3 trade unions in Azure River County. Their business was spread all over the tranquil Sun Province. Voila! The rope binding the female attendant broke apart. Shui Ying picked up a torn piece of clothing and handed it over to the female attendant. After all, it was currently spring, and the weather in Azure River County was still very cold. Thus, the number of torn pieces of clothing on the female attendant was not small. The maidservant hurriedly wrapped her tattered clothes to cover herself. "Thank you, my lord." The maid was still in shock. "Make up for it." 3 copper coins appeared in Dongbua Shuiying's hands. Baron Yin and his subordinates were immediately terrified. Baron Yin said, "I'm a baron and noble. I'm the vice president of the Sky Fire Trade Union. You can't kill me." "Pooh, pooh, pooh." The 3 copper coins flashed. Baron Yin, the old man, and the meteor rank guard all had a hole in their foreheads. They were all terrified and fell to the ground. The maid was so scared that she covered her mouth. The vice president of the Sky Fire Trade Union died just like that. He died because of a copper coin that even the villagers didn't care about. I wasted a few copper coins. Dongbua Shuiying muttered. If he was willing to reveal his true strength, he could directly use the world energy to kill them. However, he was chasing after the traces of the demon, so he didn't want to reveal his extraordinary methods. He had to keep a low profile. That was why he used copper coins to kill people. The Sky Fire Trade Union might investigate this matter. To prevent you from being implicated, go to another room first. Dongbua Shuiying said gently to the maid, "If you go downstairs in such a tattered state, you will definitely be suspected." The maid nodded. Go. There's no need to worry too much." Dongbua Shuiying said. He didn't need to worry too much because he was going to stay in Azure River County for a month. Naturally, he had to deal with this matter cleanly and not implicate the maid. The maid was just an ordinary person. How could she possibly provoke the Sky Fire Trade Union? The maid hurriedly walked out and hid in a small room at the side. That was where the maids stayed and stored their clothes. Dongbua Shuiying openly walked out and walked down the stairs. He returned to his seat on the second floor by the window and continued drinking his wine. Chapter 174. The restaurant was bustling with people and waiters. Furthermore, when Dongbua Shuiying killed Baron Yin and his men, he didn't even bother to clean up the corpses. Thus, in just a short while, a waitress who was walking upstairs discovered the corpses. She exclaimed and hurriedly went downstairs to inform her boss. What? Baron Yin died on the 3rd floor? The fat boss of the restaurant was dumbfounded. He felt as if the sky had collapsed. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and gulped, trying his best to calm himself down. To be able to open such a restaurant in the county city meant that he was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew how powerful the Sky Fire Trade Union was. It's over. It's over. If I can't survive this, I'm really done for. The fat boss brought his men to the 3rd floor. He looked at the 2 corpses at the door of the private room, the 4 corpses in the private room, and the bloodstains on the floor. "Boss, what should we do?" One of the guards asked anxiously. The fat boss looked carefully at the private room. The clothes and the knives used to paint were all destroyed by Dongbua Shuiying. He didn't want to implicate the ordinary waitress. So powerful. 2 meteor rank guards died instantly. They didn't even have the time to resist. The fat boss mumbled, "The murderer is at least a silver moon knight." The private room's window was sealed from the inside. The murderer shouldn't have escaped from the window. Little Five, hurry and ask who came up just now, especially if it's a stranger. He seems to be very powerful. Okay. Another guard hurriedly went downstairs. After a short while, he came back up again and said softly, "Boss, I've asked." Other than our waitress. There was only a black-clothed young man from the 2nd floor who came up. Black-clothed young man? The fat boss's face changed slightly. Where did he go? He's still on the 2nd floor. He's eating and drinking there. He's the only one near the window. The guard hurriedly said softly. The fat boss was slightly shocked. Little Five, you stay here and watch. No one is allowed to move. Also, completely seal off the 3rd floor. No one is allowed to come up. The fat boss ordered. The rest of you, follow me down. The fat boss went down to the third floor with a guard. When he arrived at the second floor, the fat boss looked around. Most of the customers on the second floor were talking to their friends. Dong Shui was the only one eating and drinking alone. In addition, he was by the window and he was a young man in black. Naturally, he was targeted by the fat boss at a glance. When the fat boss looked over, Dong Shui raised his wine glass and smiled at him. This caused the fat boss's heart to tremble. He forced a smile on his face and hurriedly left. At the back of the restaurant, "You're fearless, aren't you? You're still drinking? You're not afraid at all. Do they have a grudge against the Sky Fire Trade Union?" The fat boss pondered for a moment before ordering, "Little Seven, quickly report to the Sky Fire Trade Union that Baron Een is dead. He died in a private room on the third floor of our restaurant. The murderer is still drinking in the restaurant." "Yes," the guard hurriedly responded. The fat boss looked at the back of the guard as he left with a worried expression. He murmured, "How unexpected. Do you think it's easy for me to run this restaurant? To encounter such a troublesome matter? I hope I can get through this. I'll be lucky if the Sky Fire Trade Union doesn't squeeze me dry. Otherwise, I can only fight to the death and report this matter to the Dragon Mountain Manor." Although he thought this way, he was clear that no matter how much he struggled, he would only cause some trouble for the Sky Fire Trade Union. Thus, he could only hope that the Sky Fire Trade Union would not be too ruthless. Very soon, in just an hour, the upper echelons of the Sky Fire Trade Union rushed to the third floor of the restaurant to conduct an inspection. When they were on the second floor, they saw Dong Shui drinking. Dong Shui looked at them with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. In a luxurious hall in the headquarters of the Sky Fire Trade Union, President Nan Meng Xian sat at the head of the table. He was over 90 years old, but because he was a Silver Moon Knight, he had the appearance of a middle-aged man. "President Een, how did he die? Tell me everything you saw." Nan Meng Xian squinted his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. In the entire Sky Fire Trade Union, there were people in charge of business and people in charge of fighting. As the president, Nan Meng Xian was in charge of everything. As for Baron Een, although his personality was twisted, he was very capable in business, allowing the business of the Sky Fire Trade Union to grow continuously. President Een and his subordinates were all killed by hidden weapons, including his two meteor rank bodyguards. One of the skinny old men reported. "The hidden weapons have also been found. It's a copper coin. Furthermore, they were standard copper coins." "Standard copper coins?" the other upper echelons of the Sky Fire Trade Union exclaimed. "Yes, standard copper coins." From where they were standing, President Een and his subordinates were standing and even had their weapons drawn. Clearly, they were prepared to fight the enemy. However, they were all killed in an instant. There were no signs of battle within the private room. Clearly, the two Meteor Knights did not even have the ability to fight back. Based on our initial estimation, this was an extremely powerful Silver Moon Knight who was proficient in using hidden weapons. He might even be a Legend Knight, an extremely powerful Silver Moon Knight or a Legend Knight. Nan Meng Xian frowned. Who killed them? Was it a personal grudge? Or was it against the Sky Fire Trade Union? Although the Sky Fire Trade Union was powerful, they did not have any legend rankers. If they really met a Legend Knight, it would be troublesome. Right now, we can almost confirm that the murderer is that black-robed youth. The skinny old man continued. When we went to the restaurant, the black-robed youth was still there. He even smiled at us. He was purposely provoking us. He still dared to provoke us? Nan Meng Xian's expression changed. Very good. Since he has come knocking on our door, our Sky Fire Trade Union will not lower our heads. Blood Rogue, here. A muscular man with a scar on his face stood up. Blood Rogue was the strongest military force in the Sky Fire Trade Union. Bring your experts and 3 sets of God-exterminating crossbows. Nanmeng Xian's expression was ferocious. He dares to provoke our Sky Fire Trade Union. Our Sky Fire Trade Union has flourished for hundreds of years. We are not a group that a Lone Ranger can provoke. Humph. Even if he is a Legend Knight, we will kill him. Yes. Blood Rogue's eyes were filled with excitement. The God-exterminating crossbow was an extremely terrifying weapon created by a gold mage. It could threaten the life of a Legend Knight. A set of God-exterminating crossbow cost an astonishing 600,000 gold coins. Furthermore, it was not something that could be bought with money. It was used by the military. Even though it was forbidden to leak, some of the bigger powers were still able to get their hands on it. For them to be able to take out 3 sets at once, it showed how powerful the Sky Fire Trade Union was. The sky gradually darkened. Dongbua Shui-ing finally walked out of the restaurant. Every single movement of the Sky Fire Trade Union was under his surveillance. For example, the young girl selling flowers at the side of the street, the child beggar at the side of the road, and the couple in the crowd. These were all spies that the Sky Fire Trade Union had arranged. These spies were here to keep an eye on the Sky Fire Trade Union. He came out. He entered the 5th alley. The 5th alley was an extremely secluded alley with very few people. This caused the people from the Sky Fire Trade Union to be pleasantly surprised. After all, the laws of the Empire were not to be trifled with. They did not dare to kill anyone on the crowded streets. He is truly seeking his own death. Everyone, prepare yourselves. A Legend Knight can control the power of heaven and earth, and he is very dangerous. Thus, the moment he enters our ambush area, immediately use the God-exterminating crossbow and tie him up, Blood Rogue ordered. He smiled malevolently as he looked at the scene in anticipation. You dare to provoke our Sky Fire Trade Union and still act so arrogantly. Humph, in a moment, you won't be able to act arrogantly anymore. Very soon, a black-robed youth walked over from the dark alley. He's here. Blood Rogue's eyes lit up. Suddenly, the black-robed youth raised his head and looked over. He grinned, revealing his extremely white teeth. Chapter 175. Hua! The assassins who were hiding, including Bloodhand, all felt their heads buzzing. One by one, they all collapsed. Some even fell from the walls of the alley, while others fell from the roofs. None of them were breathing. Each of them had their heads pierced by a copper coin. Wrapped in the power of heaven and earth, these copper coins silently killed them in the darkness. I want to see what you guys can do next. Dongbua Shui-ing's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. In the dark and remote alley, a few scouts carefully followed the trail. Not good. They were all killed by hidden weapons. The murderer must have ambushed them from the dark. Yes, looking at the angle of the hidden weapons, the murderer should have been walking on the roofs beside the alley. He must have sneaked in and killed them. The scouts carefully examined the corpses and confirmed the extent of their injuries. They immediately rushed back to report. Night fell. In the luxurious hall of the headquarters of Sky Fire Trade Union, the murderer ambushed them and used hidden weapons to kill them all. President Nanmeng Xian's face turned ugly. The assassins, led by Bloodhand, were all elites. They hid very carefully, but the murderer was still able to discover them and even ambush them. I'm afraid that he could control the world energy and use it to observe them. This murderer is actually a legend ranker? Although Nanmeng Xian had said it before, he felt that the possibility of the murderer being a legend ranker was very low, because there were too few legend rankers. In the entire Azure River County, there were not more than 10 legend rankers who could achieve one with the world. The possibility of an unknown legend ranker suddenly appearing out of nowhere was extremely low. He felt that the murderer was at most an extremely powerful Silver Moon Knight who specialized in hidden weapons. Even if he used some special gold-refined weapons, he would still be able to display the strength of a legend ranker. The team he sent out could also kill the murderer. But once the murderer achieved one with the world, if they were careless, they might succeed. But if they used the world energy to check, failure would be normal. President, what should we do? What should we do now? Is he targeting our Sky Fire Trade Union? Will he kill his way to our headquarters? Should we inform the Dragon Mountain Manor and ask them to protect us? The higher-ups of the trade union panicked. Don't be anxious, Nanmen Xian shouted angrily. Go back, all of you. Go back and wait. Let's observe the situation first, Nanmeng Xian said in a low voice. Let's see what this legend ranker is planning. Nanmeng Xian immediately and stealthily left the headquarters, returning to his own secret residence. At this moment, the headquarters was much more dangerous. He did not dare to stay there. The night passed. The sky gradually brightened. That night, the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce was not attacked. Alone in the courtyard, he frowned as he pondered. Legend rankers, kill President Ian and the others first. You deliberately stayed in the restaurant and didn't leave, and then killed the people I sent. It was clearly a deliberate provocation. There was no way he would let it go just like that. But he didn't launch a sneak attack. What did this legend ranker want? Or do you have a grudge against my Sky Fire Trade Union? Uneasy. If a legend ranker who had achieved one with the world really used a sneak attack, it would be enough to make the entire Chamber of Commerce panic. I have to solve this problem. I have to ask the elders for help. Nanmeng Xian quickly arrived at the backyard of his house and summoned a 5th-rank flying magical beast that was resting there. Let's go. He climbed onto the back of the flying magical beast. Hua! The huge cyan bird flapped its wings and quickly broke through the sky. Its speed quickly soared to the sky. At this moment, Dongbua Shuai-ing was leaning on the roof of an inn, gazing at the eastern horizon. The sun had already begun to rise. This Nanmeng Xian did not sleep for the entire night. Now he actually rode a flying magical beast and left the Azure River County? Did he go to ask for help? Dongbua Shuai-ing thought, from the traces of my actions, he should have guessed that I am a legend ranker. Since that's the case, why would he still dare to ask for help? Who did he ask for help from? Could there be an even stronger power behind the Sky Fire Trade Union? This immediately attracted the interest of Dongbua Shuai-ing. Shua. Dongbua Shuai-ing instantly turned into a gust of wind and soared into the clouds. He slowly flew through the clouds, following the huge green bird and Nanmeng Xian. The speed of the huge green bird was extremely fast, reaching the speed of sound. Even a legend ranker could only watch helplessly. But to Dongbua Shuai-ing it was too slow. Nanmeng Xian rode on the huge green bird and rushed through the clouds for a total of 6 hours. He had long since left the boundary of Azure River County, after which he landed, changed his appearance, and followed a caravan. After traveling for half a day, he once again rode on a horse and traveled through the countryside. Dongbua Shuai-ing was very patient as he followed the caravan. His interest grew bigger and bigger. There will definitely be some special discoveries. Dongbua Shuai-ing was already looking forward to it. Nanmeng Xian rode on the horse for about 2 hours before arriving at a noble's territory. There was a luxurious castle there. The castle occupied an area of 5 kilometers, even larger than the Snorok Castle. Of course, the current Dongbua clan. Other than the original Snorok Castle at the peak of the mountain, they had also constructed a large-scale castle at the foot of the mountain. Standing in midair, Dongbua Shuai-ing watched as Nanmeng Xian entered the castle. Really, Dongbua Shuai-ing's eyes lit up. His tentacles of heaven and earth power had long seeped into the clan's castle, and he could clearly see every corner of the castle. What a big fish! Dongbua Shuai-ing's eyes were filled with excitement. Looks like I have to start a massacre. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Inside the castle, there were many traps. Nan Meng Xian was respectfully waiting in a hall. Nan Meng, Elderswa is asking for you, a Silver Moon Knight said as he walked over. Thank you, Brother Yu. Nan Meng Xian smiled. When will Brother Yu come to my Sky Fire Trade Union? I will properly entertain Brother Yu. It has been a long time since the two of us met. Now that the demons have descended, our mission has become even more important. We are not as carefree as Brother Nanmeng, who only needs to manage the trade union. The Silver Moon Knight smiled. Ai, Brother you don't know this, but managing a trade union is not easy. Nanmeng Xian shook his head. The two of them quickly arrived outside a hall. Inside the hall, a blood-robed elder was sitting there. His eyelids were drooping, and a formless pressure emanated from him. Greetings, Elder Zwa. Nanmeng Xian walked into the hall, respectfully. The blood-robed elder replied indifferently before opening his eyes. Nanmeng, what's the matter? You should know that I don't have the time to care about such trivial matters. Elder Zwa, the Sky Fire Trade Union is in big trouble. Nanmeng Xian said, I have no other choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Big trouble. Elders were frowned. The Sky Fire Trade Union only rose after many years of support. It is under my control, so I will hand it over to you. If there is a problem, you will have to pay with your life, and I will also be in trouble. I know, Nanmeng Xian said. It's like this. He did not bother explaining. He was very clear about how intense the internal strife was. He was part of Elderswa's faction, so he naturally came to ask for help. If the Sky Fire Trade Union suffered a huge loss, it would be too late. A legend rancor? Elders were frowned. Who dares to oppose me? He naturally doesn't know that the Sky Fire Trade Union belongs to you, Elder Zwa. Otherwise, even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't have dared to do so. Nanmeng Xian flattered. Humph. Although he succeeded in ambushing the assassins you sent out, he might not be a legend rancor. Perhaps he is just a Silver Moon Knight who specializes in assassination. Elders was sneered. Whatever. No matter who he is, you should go and discuss with him first. If you can settle this, it will be for the best. If you can't settle it, if he is too greedy, then just get rid of him. I will send 2 bronze emissaries to follow you back. Good. Nanmeng Xian was overjoyed. He knew how powerful the bronze emissaries were. 2 bronze emissaries should be enough to kill Si Lianghong. That brat dares to provoke us. Soon he will know that he has provoked someone he cannot afford to provoke. Humph. Chapter 176. Dongbua Shui Ying looked down at the castle from high up in the sky. With the power of heaven and earth, he could see everything from the moment Nanmeng Xian entered to the conversation with the left elder. What a big fish! Dongbua Shui Ying was in a good mood. Actually, a mortal strength could not be seen from the outside. Their battle chi was hidden within their dantian and could not be seen. For example, when Dongbua Shui Ying became a legend rancor, if he did not say anything, no one would know. Even if it was a transcendent with a strong aura, as long as they retracted their aura, no one would be able to see the depth of their strength. Once a demon's aura was retracted, even human demigods would not be able to find it. Therefore, under the power of heaven and earth, he could only see that this castle was a refiner's castle. There were a few refiner rays and a large number of guards. He could not see anything special about it. However, the words Nanmeng Xian said when he arrived at the castle gate exposed everything. Who is it? The castle guard shouted. B15 requests an audience with the left elder, Nanmeng Xian said respectfully. This simple conversation made Dongbua Shui Ying overjoyed. Who was Nanmeng Xian? He was the president of the Sky Fire Trade Union. He was also a Silver Moon Knight. The trade union could easily mobilize millions of gold coins. The entire trade union had connections throughout the province. His position was so high that he was on the same level as a legend ranker. Such a big shot actually called himself B15, and he even requests an audience with the left elder. He was so respectful to the guards at the gate, not daring to show any arrogance. Perhaps it's a branch of the sorcerer god's temple, or a branch of the demonic faction, or the main altar of the demonic god. Dongbua Shui-ing speculated, in the mortal world, to be able to make Nan Meng Xan, the president of the trade union, act so respectfully, this mysterious organization's position could only be considered ordinary. It could only be a transcendent power, a branch of the sorcerer god's temple, a branch of the demonic faction, and the main altar of the demonic god. The temple of the earth god had been chasing after the latter two. They were all hidden very deeply. If one of them was killed, the temple of the earth god's reward would be no less than killing a rank 1 or 2 demon. Currently, all the transcendents are searching for the evil demons. The evil demons are all in hiding. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. No matter what, at least we have some results. At the very least, he would receive 100 or 2 contribution points. According to the importance of this place, there might be even more. Although the guards at the castle's main entrance were bored, they still stood ramrod straight and looked around carefully, checking for any signs of activity. Suddenly, there was a gentle breeze, and a black-clad youngster appeared at the castle's main entrance. Who is it? The castle guards were shocked. It was too fast. They immediately shouted after them. B15 requests an audience with Elder Zhua. The young man in black grinned. The castle guard's expressions changed drastically. B15? The one who just entered was B15. Enemy. A guard immediately shouted, and his voice traveled into the castle. The castle immediately fell into an uproar, and many people felt quite terrified. This place was too important. Many of them guarded this place for long periods of time. Some of them could not even take half a step out of this place for decades. On the surface, the strength of the clan that was disguised as this territory was quite strong. Nobody dared to attack this place. Now that they were being attacked, if they were to be exposed, the consequences would be too severe. You are right. I am the enemy. Dongbua Shui-ing grinned at the guard and casually kicked him twice. Pung! Pung! The 2 huge city gates, which weighed over 100,000 jin, were tightly shut. With a loud bang, the entire city wall of the main gate cracked open, and the 2 heavy and tall stone gates were kicked away with a whoosh. Just like an ordinary person kicking a pebble, the 2 huge and heavy city gates, which weighed more than 100,000 jin, were directly smashed into the distance, directly crushing a building in the distance. With a rumbling sound, the guards inside who wanted to rush out were directly smashed to death and crippled, wailing in pain. The guards at the entrance were all scared stiff. Even a legend ranker would not be able to do such a thing. Dongbua Shui-ing leisurely walked into the castle. Hung! Immediately a legend ranker manipulated the world energy and tried to investigate the situation. Humph! Previously, Dongbua Shui-ing had only used the world energy as a feeler, but now he was using force. Forcefully manipulating the world energy, the legend rankers within the castle could no longer control it. Kill! Kill him at all costs! The highest ranking leader within the castle knew that the situation was not good. However, this place could not be lost. Even if he died, this place could not be conquered. The enemy had to be killed, and the important items must be transferred away. The intruder should be a transcendent. The highest-ranking leader of the castle was dressed in a silver robe. His face was pale, but at this moment his heart was trembling with anxiety. I hope that this transcendent can be killed. He must be killed. This place cannot be lost. Absolutely not. Reporting to Master, the outer corridor has been conquered. The mechanism has fallen. It has failed. He walked out from the rubble without a single injury on his body. Release all your poison and poison him to death. The voice of the silver-robed leader was trembling. It was useless. As a saint-ranked transcendent, Dongbua Shui-ing was able to push his way through. Through his control of the world energy, he was able to understand the movements within the castle. He also knew who the leader was. However, he was not in a rush to push his way through. He wanted to see what else the leader of this castle could do. He wanted to see if he could lure out an even bigger fish. He had sufficient confidence in himself. What a joke! He could deal with almost all saint-ranked transcendents. Perhaps only he, who was ranked in the top 10 of the saint rankings, would have a headache. However, he could rely on his extreme piercing to escape in an intense battle. What was he afraid of? Even if there was an enemy he could not deal with, he could just ask faction head Si Kong Yang and Eternal Wind Knight to rush over. Even the powerful demigods of the Xia people could rush over. In this mortal world, the Xia people were the rulers. A direct clash. No one could win against the Xia people. That was why the demons had retreated. Let me see what other powerful moves you have. Dongbua Shui-ing continued to push forward as he observed the movements of the people within the castle. Quick, quick, quick! Everyone get ready. Bronze emissary, silver emissary, gold emissary, move them all. Prepare the formations. The entire castle was in a state of frenzy. They already knew that the enemy was a transcendent, so they became even more frenzied. Even if they had to die in battle, they had to protect this place. They could not afford to lose this place. Elder Zhua was one of the elders with an extremely high status within the castle. He rushed towards the inner castle with Nan Meng Xian and a few other subordinates following behind him. So. Their speed was extremely fast as they rushed into the inner castle. They leapt up. They quickly arrived at the highest point of the inner castle. Standing beside the railing and looking into the distance, they could see that the majestic castle was continuously collapsing. It was as though a monster was advancing. Everything was being destroyed. Nothing could stop it. So powerful. Elders could see clearly. He saw the youth in black, leisurely moving forward. Everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed. All of the defensive measures within the castle, including the methods that could easily kill a pseudo-transcendent, were like a joke. It's him? Nanmeng Xian exclaimed. He had long since obtained a sketch of Dongbua Shui-ing's appearance after his spies had changed. You know him? Elders turned his head. The others beside him also looked over. Nanmeng Xian was incomparably nervous. He nodded. I know him. He is the youth in black that subordinate mentioned. He is the one who killed Vice President Yin. Ah, it's him? Elders' eyes widened and his face turned pale. So it was you who lured him here. Nanmeng Xian's face was deathly pale. Because of that Vice President Yin, that dog-like little character. You actually brought such a calamity to our organization and attracted such a terrifying transcendent. Elder Zhua angrily pointed at Nanmeng Xian, his finger trembling. You, for such a disaster, let alone him. Even the high and mighty leader would not be able to atone for his sins even if he died. After death, his soul would probably suffer endless torment. I don't know. Nanmeng Xian also understood that he had really caused a huge disaster. Chapter 177. Come with me. Elders gritted his teeth and shouted. At the same time, he rushed towards another part of the inner castle. Nanmeng Xian could only obediently follow behind him. Very soon, on another wide balcony in the inner castle, the silver-robed leader was coldly looking at everything that was happening in the distance. The black-robed youth was constantly advancing, and everything was being destroyed. At this moment, the strongest force that could be mobilized in the entire castle had been completely mobilized. They were making their final preparations to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop. If they failed again this time, they would really be at their wits' end. Reporting to leader. Elders brought Nanmeng Xian in. There were other elders here as well. Why did elders will let a junior in? The other elders frowned. The hierarchy in the organization was strict, but at this moment of life and death, they did not reprimand him. What is it? The silver-robed leader didn't even turn around. My subordinate knows about this transcendent. Elders were hastily said, The silver-robed leader abruptly turned his head, and his fiery gaze immediately landed on Nanming Hexen, who was standing behind the left elder. The other elders were also staring at Nanming Hexen. Speak, the silver-robed leader barked. He killed one of my Sky Fire Trade Union's vice presidents. I sent our strongest team of assassins after him, but they were easily killed by him. I suspect that he is a legend ranker, and am worried that the Sky Fire Trade Union will be in big trouble. Thus, after pondering for an entire night, I immediately rushed over. Nanming Hexen hurriedly said, I didn't expect him to be a transcendent. I really didn't expect that. Also, I'm very careful, and I'm very cautious when I come. The silver-robed leader's gaze turned cold, bone-chilling. Nanming Hexen's heart trembled, and even his voice trembled. It's actually just a vice president. The silver-robed leader was in great pain. It was just a damned vice president. A trash like nobody. Even if the entire Sky Fire Trade Union was destroyed, it would still be a small matter. But now it brought such a disaster. In that instant of anger, he thought of many ways to torture this damnable Nanming Hexen. However, he soon understood that it was useless. No matter how angry he was, it was useless. It was too late. The silver-robed leader coldly looked at Nanming Hexen. He could not be bothered to speak any more nonsense. He turned around and continued to look into the distance. Right now, he could only hope that his final counterattack would succeed. If he failed, he didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Nanming Hexen's entire body was covered in cold sweat. His clothes had long been drenched in cold sweat. He stood there in a daze, his mind in chaos. How did things turn out like this? He regretted it. If he had known that the damned Vice President Ian would have died, he would have just ignored it. He was even willing to apologize to the black-clothed youth. How did he manage to track us? Nanming Hexen also did not dare to believe it. Such a powerful, transcendent being. With just a little bit of strength, for example through the Dragon Mountain Manor, he would be able to suppress the entire Sky Fire Trade Union. However, he had killed the vice president first, and then a team of assassins. Was there a need to deal with a chamber of commerce like this? And even monitored at all times? How could a transcendent be so bored? But he did not know. When Dongbua Shueing was searching for the traces of the devils, he would also be enraged when he encountered things that made him want to uphold justice. However, he did not want to expose his extraordinary strength. In the past, his chivalrous deeds were just trivial matters that did not cause any big waves. And this time, when he was serving justice, he had clearly encountered a big fish. It's starting the final battle. The silver-robed leader, as well as the other elders, stared at the battle. Not even legend rankers were qualified to participate in this battle. If they went, they would only be swept away. Amen? Dongbua Shueing looked at the 21 figures surrounding him. There were men and women, fat and skinny, old and young, and all of them looked ordinary. However, the astonishing speed at which they had surrounded him clearly showed that these 21 figures were not ordinary. Hiss! One of the elders had a sinister look on his face as he let out a low roar. Black fur began to appear on his skin. Fangs appeared at the corners of his mouth, and scales began to appear on his skin. In the blink of an eye, the old man had turned into a demon-like creature with scales and strange black fur on the surface of the scales. He had fangs in his mouth, and his fingernails were like daggers. Not only him, the other 20 people also started to transform into monsters, and their auras were completely released. Demonification. Dongbua Shueing grinned. It's actually demonification. a total of 21 demonified experts. It seems like this place is quite important. Are you from the demonic faction, or are you the subordinates of some other demonic god? Demonification. This was a special technique that was commonly seen in the dark abyss. Whether it was a demon or a high and mighty demonic god, they were all famous for their tyrannical bodies. In terms of cultivating tyrannical bodies, the demonic gods of the dark abyss had done a lot of research. For example, those transcendents who relied on the demonic faction were able to obtain more advanced cultivation methods of the demonic god lineage. They were able to cultivate demonic energy, which could be used to temper their bodies with secret techniques. Scales would also appear on the surface of their bodies. Thus, those transcendents who relied on the demonic faction, once their strength was completely unleashed, their bodies would be covered with scales. Their defense would be astonishing, and their strength would be tyrannical. Every single one of them would have a near-immortal body. Some of the stronger ones would even have an immortal body. As for the demonification in front of them, it was of a lower level. After all, the demonification of mortals was usually done by Star Knights. Most mortals who demonified would die immediately, and it was very difficult for them to survive. However, those who survived would have a demonified body, possessing immense strength and a lifespan comparable to a transcendence. Kill. 21 phantoms instantly charged over. Crackle. The silent array was also roused. In fact, the entire castle's array was originally very ordinary, but at the moment of life and death, some key array tools were taken out of storage treasures, and the power of the array sharply increased, directly reaching the extraordinary St. grade. To be able to display such power just by relying on these mobile array tools, the value of these array tools alone would probably be at least 500 contribution points. The countless threads that were activated by the array were like intelligent snakes. They rapidly slithered over from all directions and wrapped around Dongbua Shuang, attempting to bind Dongbua Shuang. Interesting. Dongbua Shuang revealed a happy expression. Good fella, if I can get my hands on these array tools, it would be a huge profit. That Nan Meng Xan had really allowed me to earn quite a bit this time. Pooh! A dart appeared in Dongbua Shuang's hand, and he casually threw it out. Extreme piercing. As the saying goes, flying flowers and plucking leaves can all be used to display extreme piercing. Shwa! The dart instantly disappeared and reappeared 100 meters underground, following which, the dart directly pierced through a crystal ball within the array. This was the energy conversion core. These array tools were too precious. Dongbua Shuang could not bear to destroy them. This type of energy conversion core was very common, and its value was relatively low. Pa! The crystal ball shattered. The energy within the array instantly stopped, and the countless threads disappeared. So. Dongbua Shuang casually waved his hand, and 21 transcendent Do Chi flew in all directions. Each transcendent Do Chi revolved, and piu, all of them pierced through the heads of those demonified humans. Instantly, they all fell to the ground dead. Not bad. These demonified humans, the strongest one, seems to have the strength of a mid-sky realm warrior. Dongbua Shuang said softly. 21 of them, 15 were peak legend rankers, 5 were early sky realm warriors, and 1 was mid-sky realm warrior. Of course, in front of Dongbua Shuang there was no difference. All of them were fated to be swept away. Dongbua Shuang raised his head and looked at the distant balcony of the inner castle. On that balcony stood the silver-robed leader. This array, how could this array? The silver-robed leader was in despair. How could such a powerful array suddenly lose its effect? 21 powerful emissaries were killed in an instant. Dongbua Shuang continued advancing. He walked towards the inner castle. He was still very carefree, and there was even a smile on his face. This was because he was in a good mood. Come, let me see what other powerful methods you have. All of a sudden, the space in front of the inner castle started to distort, and a terrifying aura appeared. Amen. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed as he looked at the distorted space in front of him. That distorted space was faintly resonating with the space in the outer world. A terrifying power, separated by many spaces and hundreds of millions of kilometers, forcibly passed through the barrier of the material world's membrane and directly transmitted to this place. A majestic figure started to condense and form. The silver-robed leader who was standing on the balcony of the inner castle immediately knelt down. Demon God above! Demon God above! The other elders knelt down one after another. Nan Mang Xian's face turned pale as he also knelt down. Chapter 178. This towering figure had a pair of gray horns and dark red skin. He was dressed in a luxurious black robe. Demonic God Dongbua Shuiying could feel the terrifying pressure from this towering figure. It was a power that he had never felt before. It had completely surpassed the demigods of the Xia people. However, there was another mysterious and unfathomable power enveloping the towering figure, easily suppressing the towering figure and suppressing its strength to an extremely low level. Damned world consciousness! The towering figure cursed under his breath. Following which, his gaze landed on Dongbua Shuiying. His amber-like eyes carried a hint of a smile, and the smile on his face became even brighter. His body started to shrink, rapidly shrinking to the same size as Dongbua Shuiying. Then he descended to the ground. Dongbua Shuiying, am I right? The demonic god smiled warmly. Dongbua Shuiying looked curiously at the demonic god in front of him. God. This was the first time he came into contact with a god. However, from his appearance, he could guess that this was a demonic god from the dark abyss. Having read through the records of all the demigods in the history of the Xia people, Dongbua Shuiying knew that this was the so-called world projection of a god. Gods were unable to enter the material world directly. Even the gods of the Xia people, like the Dragon Mountain Emperor and the Cloud Sea Emperor, would be expelled from the material world the moment their lifespan reached 10,000 years. As for the gods from the outside world, they would be completely expelled and unable to enter. Therefore, there were two ways for gods to enter. The first was relatively simple. It was to send down a world projection. The Xia clan's long history of accumulating knowledge allowed them to understand the method of sending down a world projection. First, they would place a spatial mark on this material world. Then, separated by a great distance and many spatial obstructions, they would forcefully project their energy onto the spatial mark, forming a projection. The amount of god power required to do this was extremely terrifying. To maintain the existence of a world projection, one would need to expend god power continuously. The price was very high. Therefore, in the world of the Xia people, the demonic gods would only send down their world projections at crucial moments. Of course, some newly ascended gods, like the Dragon Mountain Emperor, couldn't do this. Only powerful deities who had cultivated to an extremely high realm could send down a heart world projection. In the history of the Xia people, the ancestors of the Xia people, such as the Cloud Sea Emperor, had sent down a world projection. The second method was extremely difficult, and it was to send a clone. The price of summoning an avatar was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like Emperor Yunhai would not be able to bear such a burden. In the world of the Xia people, only the Temple of the Earth God and the demonic faction had a deity avatar to send. That was when the two great powers fought over the faith of the Xia people's world. Both sides madly clashed head-on, even paying a terrifying price to send down a clone of a deity. That great battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend, with countless casualties. In the end, the demonic faction was defeated. Since then, they had completely hidden themselves in the darkness, never clashing head-on with the temple of the earth god again. The doppelganger of a god's spirit was terrifying. Although they were suppressed by the material world and their strength was suppressed to the limits of a demigod. However, Their utilization of the various laws of profound mysteries far surpassed that of a demigod, so their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. It has been 30,000 years since I last descended. The demonic god laughed. To be able to see a young human transcendent with boundless prospects, it is truly a joyous matter. Let us sit down, drink some wine, and slowly chat, all right? Dongbua Shueing laughed. Drink wine? Sure. When I was a child, I had dreamed of drinking wine with a deity. I never thought that it would come true today. Please. The demonic god gestured with his hand. Dongbua Shueing did not stand on ceremony and directly walked towards the main hall of the castle. The silver-robed leader and the group of elders kneeling on the balcony of the castle were all shocked. The demonic god descended. He was actually drinking wine with this transcendent, and he was Dongbua Shueing. It's actually Dongbua Shueing. The silver-robed leader and the rest finally understood. This person who had come knocking on their door was the legendary youngest transcendent in the past 1,000 years. Dongbua Shueing, quickly come and serve the wine. A cold voice rang in the silver-robed leader's ears. Yes, the silver-robed leader immediately obeyed the order and quickly went down. Within the luxurious hall, Dongbua Shueing was the first to sit down, not at all courteous. He was still controlling the heaven and earth energy to envelop the surrounding 50 kilometers, monitoring everything. The descent of the demonic god had actually made him even more vigilant. You and that great demon god from the demonic faction? Dongbua Shueing asked. I am just an ordinary demonic god from the dark abyss. How can I be compared to the great demon god? The demonic god hurriedly said, I am called Wu Yunhua. In your Xia people's world, I am just one of the many demonic gods. I am very inconspicuous. Dongbua Shueing nodded his head slightly. This demonic god's attitude was very low, very abnormal. Furthermore, according to what he knew, a deity had to forcefully project his world across many dimensions. The amount of energy required to maintain the projection was also very shocking. Yet this demonic god was actually leisurely drinking wine with him. There must be some sort of scheme. How did you know that I am Dongbua Shueing? Dongbua Shueing asked. He was also happy to waste time. In the entire tranquil Sun province, there are only you and Peng Shan. The demonic god, Wu Yunhua, grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Peng Shan is old, while you have a youthful aura. I guess that you are Dongbua Shueing. Looking at your reaction, my guess is indeed correct. Great demonic god. The silver-robed leader was pouring wine by the side. He was incomparably respectful as he poured wine for both parties. Dongbua Shueing drank the wine. The taste of this wine could only be considered ordinary. He had drunk better wine in the Xia capital. However, the one drinking with him today was a demonic god. This was truly something to be proud of. I have a matter that I would like to ask little friend Dongbua Shueing for a favor. The demonic god Wu Yunhua smiled. Speak, Dongbua Shueing said. AI, you should know that the dark abyss cannot be compared to the deity world. It is far too cruel. The demonic god Wu Yunhua shook his head and sighed. I painstakingly left behind a spatial mark in the Xia people's world. After a long period of nurturing, I was finally able to nurture a batch of subordinates. I have toiled and schemed and paid a hefty price to obtain a bit of faith in the Xia people's world. It was truly not easy. There are still a bunch of other deities and demonic gods fighting for faith in the Xia people's world. Not to mention the strongest demonic faction and the temple of the earth god. Demonic gods like us truly do not have it easy. The demonic god Wu Yunhua sighed. Dongbua Shueing listened. Some transcendence might resonate with him, but he had read too many scrolls. He was very clear that faith in the material world was extremely precious. Those who could stretch their hands into the material world were already extremely powerful existences. Don't be fooled by how courteous this demonic god, Wu Yunhua, was towards him. It was because he could not kill his way in with his true body. If his true body were to come over, a single breath of air would probably be enough to destroy him. As for the world projection, it was suppressed by the entire material world. Its strength was suppressed to the limits of a mortal. Although the demonic god Wu Yunhua's usage of the laws of profound mysteries was much stronger than his own, its strength was suppressed to the limits of a mortal. Even if he stood here and let him hit him, he would not be able to harm him at all. The world projection was suppressed to the limits of a mortal. The deity doppelganger was suppressed to the limits of a demigod. And from the difference in strength, one could deduce the terrifying price to pay for the deity doppelganger to descend. It was precisely because he was weak that he had to lower his head. I have a total of 19 provinces. Actually, I have only built 12 main altars. Wu Yunhua shook his head. And the place you are attacking now is one of those main altars. Every single one of them is the result of my blood, sweat, and tears. Thus, I would like to ask little friend Dongbua Shueing to help me out. Show mercy and don't kill them all. If you help me this time, I will naturally thank you, little friend. Wu Yunhua said, I am willing to give you a gift worth 2,000 kilograms of origin stones. Little friend Dongbua Shueing, just pretend that this matter never happened. Are you willing? Chapter 179. 2,000 kilograms of origin stones? How generous! Dongbua Shueing sighed. Demonic god Wu Yunhua said, You should understand that I am currently in the dark abyss. It is very difficult for me to send treasures to the Xia people's world. Thus, 2,000 kilograms of origin stones is already a lot. I know. Usually, you have to go through the space-time temple to send them. Dongbua Shueing laughed. The heavenly realm and the dark abyss were too far away from the material world. It was also very difficult to descend. Previously, when the demons invaded the material world, it was only because of a coincidence that such a passage was formed. And if a demonic god or a god wanted to send some resources to the material world, the cost of the transport was usually much higher than the value of the items. Gods were unable to descend, and world projections were unable to bring items. Therefore, only through the legendary Space-Time Temple, which was a legendary existence, the members of the Space-Time Temple could travel to countless worlds. They could help to send items to the Xia people's world, but they had to pay a huge fee. Yes, you have to go through the Space-Time Temple, Wu Yunhua said. Wu Yunhua said, That's why you should understand my sincerity for a gift worth 2,000 kilograms of origin stones. I am very curious. Dongbua Shueing held his wine cup. This main altar has already been destroyed by me. The demonized envoys that you spent so much effort to nurture have all been killed by me. There were only altar masters and elders left. Did you take out 2,000 kilograms of origin stones as a gift just to save them? Is it worth it? The silver-robed leader stood to the side, holding a wine jug. He secretly glanced at Dongbua Shueing. No, of course they are not worth it, Wu Yunhua explained. But after a long time of infiltration, the entire Anyang province's underground network is worth it. Once this main altar is completely destroyed, the Xia people's Dragon Mountain Manor will use the main altar to find the many branches and uproot the underground network. If they die, then they die. But the underground network cannot be destroyed. Wu Yunhua said, They are the ones who truly contributed faith. Is that so? Dongbua Shueing sighed. What a perfect reason. I can't find any flaws. Wu Yunhua's expression changed slightly before he smiled. You should be able to understand that what I said is the truth. Faith is the most important thing to me. What? Do you think 2,000 kilograms of origin stones is too little? So it was like this. A gift worth 3,000 kilograms of origin stones. If you were in the dark abyss, I wouldn't mind giving you 100,000 kilograms of origin stones. But you are in the material world. It's too difficult for me to send treasures over. I'm just an ordinary demon god, one of the many evil gods and demon gods. Why make things difficult for me? Acting pitiful on purpose?" Dongbua Shuang laughed. "Fiend celestials are truly crafty. Do you agree to this deal?" Wu Yunhua asked anxiously. "Sorry, I don't agree." Dongbua Shuang shook his head. Wu Yunhua's amber eyes were filled with anger. He was truly enraged. That damnable human transcendent. With his strength, he could easily crush this little bug to death. But his original body was in the dark abyss. His world projection was suppressed to the mortal limit by the Xia people's world. It couldn't threaten this transcendent in front of him. "Why don't you agree?" Wu Yunhua asked anxiously. "Because of your main altar leader." Dongbua Shuang smiled. "I have to thank him." "Him?" Wu Yunhua turned to look at the silver-robed leader. The silver-robed leader was also shocked. "Yes." Dongbua Shuang nodded. "Respected Lord Demon God, when you descended, I found out that this is one of the main altars of the evil gods and demon gods. And according to the countless scrolls I read, under normal circumstances, when a transcendent of the Xia people attacks the main altar of an evil god or demon god, the main altar should quickly flee in all directions, not daring to resist. But this main altar leader gave the order to kill me at all costs." Dongbua Shuang sighed. "It's very strange. I am a transcendent of the Xia people. I can immediately ask the demigods of the Xia people to help me. The chances of him killing me are very low, but he actually wants to fight to the death. Lord Demon God, don't you think it's strange?" Dongbua Shuang looked at Wu Yunhua. "And at the crucial moment, you actually descended. Out of 19 provinces, just one main altar destroyed, you can definitely handle it. According to what I know, the number of times when a main altar is destroyed, the number of times a god's world projection descends is also very small." Dongbua Shuang chuckled. "These are not the main reasons. The main reason is you, an evil god or demon god, want to make the transcendence of the Xia people compromise." Dongbua Shuang laughed coldly. "Dream on. Xia people transcendence in history did not care about these evil gods or demon gods. So what if they were strong? They could not enter with their true bodies, so it was useless no matter how strong they were. After all, most of the transcendents of the Xia people could not become gods. Once they became gods, they would have the chance to step into the vast world. That was nothing. The god realm was too vast. In the god realm, those evil gods were only the overlords of some small corner of the world. The chances of encountering one was like a meat pie falling from the sky. As for demon gods, human transcendents who cultivated normally would enter the god realm in the future. Demon gods did not need to care about them. Human. Wu Yunhua suppressed his anger. "I advise you not to make an enemy out of a god. Respected Lord Demon God, this is the world of the Xia people. Don't put on airs in front of me, okay?" Dongbua Shuang said with a smile. Wu Yunhua's eyes burned with flames. He suppressed his anger. 2,500 kilograms of origin stones. This is the biggest price I can pay. If you are happy, I am happy too, isn't that right? No. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. Boom! Wu Yunhua suddenly stood up. His body was covered in flames, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. His amber eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Dongbua Shuang. "I am unable to truly descend, but since you have angered me, you will pay a price that you cannot bear. Human, I have already given you a lot of face. Are you trying to threaten me?" Dongbua Shuang's flaming transcendent battle, Qi, surged out in all directions. The table in front of him instantly exploded. Wu Yunhua was knocked backwards by the battle Qi, and his body became blurry. Following this, The darkness abyss continued to transmit energy into his body, causing it to reform. You, a demon god, dare to threaten the Xia people of the Xia people? Dongbua Shui Ying laughed coldly. Wu Yunhua was furious. In the darkness abyss, he was the true overlord who ruled over an incomparably vast territory. Countless creatures submitted to him. Today, this Xia people of the Xia people didn't give him any face. But he couldn't do anything about it. He really wanted to succeed in this negotiation because he really didn't want to lose anything here. The price of losing something here was simply too great. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about Dongbua Shuiying's suspicions, he would have been willing to hand over 50,000 kilograms of origin stones and let Dongbua Shuiying leave. When he said 50,000 kilograms, Dongbua Shuiying was already very surprised. If he dared to say 50,000 kilograms of origin stones, Dongbua Shuiying would definitely be able to guess that there was something special about this place. It was even more impossible for him to agree. You really don't want to agree? Wu Yunhua stood there, his voice calm. Dongbua Shuiying also understood that this demon god was no longer willing to negotiate and was now giving him an ultimatum. If he refused, he would completely offend this demon god. Offend him? Xia people of the Xia people's fear of demon gods was a joke. I refuse. Dongbua Shuiying also stood up. Very good. Very good. Wu Yin, who coldly stared at Dongbua Shuiying. Human, remember this. You will regret your decision today. At the same time, in the inner castle, apart from the silver-robed leader, a group of elders, and Nanmeng Nexan, there was also a group of servants. One of the servants was chubby and had a simple and honest face. He even had a mustache. He looked very ordinary, but at this moment, a wave of energy transmitted into his mind. Negotiations have failed. This damned human Dongbua Shuiying is completely unwilling to compromise. I don't want to lose anything here. It's time for you to act. Kill this Dongbua Shuiying. Lord Demon God, I only swallowed 10,000 human souls that you provided. You want me to take such a big risk? The servant replied in his mind. Chapter 180. You want to go against the oath. The demonic god Wu Yunhua was furious. A weak demon dared to bargain in front of him? In the dark abyss, countless demons submitted to him. None of them dared to disobey his orders, because those who disobeyed him were long dead. Among his countless subjects, he could not even be bothered to look at a demon of this level. They were not even qualified to attract his attention. This was because this was the world of the Xia people. As a demonic god, the power he could use in the world of the Xia people was too little. That was why he made an oath with this weak demon. Lord Demonic God, of course I would not dare to go against the oath. But the oath clearly stated that I cannot do anything that will result in my death. The servant replied, Dabai Shi, this Dong Bo Shuiying became a transcendent 20 years ago. Currently, he has only just broken through to the early stage of the Saint Realm. Furthermore, he has only cultivated for a short period of time. With your combat power, I'm afraid you can kill him in a single move. You have about a breath's time to fight. In a breath's time, you can easily attack more than 100 times. Xia people transcendents would immediately report the demon to their superiors. However, Xia people demigods would need a breath's time to rush over. This was because teleportation, which took a very short time, covered a very short distance. It required teleportation time and time again. The more time it took, the more time it took. It was not suitable for long-distance travel. Tearing open a spatial tunnel to travel through it would also take some time, about a breath's time. This breath's time was also the most dangerous moment for Xia people transcendents. If they were lucky, Xia people transcendents would discover the demon, but the demon would not discover them. Naturally, this would be the easiest. As long as they reported it, the Xia people demigods would arrive and easily finish off the demon. However, if the demon also discovered the Xia people transcendence, then they would counterattack. This would be dangerous. It would be best if Xia people transcendence could kill the demon. If they could not, they would have to try their best to survive for a breath's time. In history, during the war with the demons, many Xia clan transcendents had died under the demon's counterattack. If I kill him, the demigods of the Xia people will arrive soon. How can I escape? I will bring you along and quickly teleport away. Although my strength has been suppressed, these Xia people are far from being able to compare to me in terms of the usage of laws and profound mysteries. I can easily escape with you. Half a breath. I will fight for half a breath. If I lose, you must take me away immediately, the chubby servant replied in his mind. All right, in half a breath's time, even if you fail, I will still bring you away. Demon god Wu Yunhua was also looking forward to it. As long as he managed to kill Dongbua Shuang, he would immediately escape with this demon. Once the human demigods arrived, they would definitely follow the spatial ripples and chase after them. For the time being, the humans wouldn't care about those weak mortals. It would also take time for the mortals of the Dragon Mount Manor to arrive. By then, the subordinates hidden in the main altar would have enough time to dismantle the treasures and move them. If they could negotiate, they would negotiate. If the negotiation failed, then kill. The treasure must be protected. What's wrong? Lord Demon God is so angry that he's about to go crazy? Dongbua Shuang looked at the black-robed, red-skinned, horned demon god in front of him. However, he didn't know that this demon god had already negotiated with another demon. After all, the demon god's usage of laws and profound mysteries was too profound, compared to the demon god. Right now, he was just a young and immature fellow on the path of transcendence. Humph! Wu Yun snorted coldly. Just as he snorted, Hua! A chubby servant, who was originally a few hundred meters away, suddenly burst forth with speed. In an instant, he had already passed through the corridor and appeared in front of Dongbua Shuang. Not good. Dongbua Shuang's expression changed. He could already clearly see that countless black scales had appeared on the chubby and honest servant's body. His body had also expanded to a height of 2 zhang. On top of his thick palms that were filled with fine red scales, a pair of huge ox-horned axes appeared. The edges of the axes were incomparably sharp, sending chills down one's spine. A layer of fine red scales also appeared on his face. His pair of dark yellow eyes were filled with brutality. Demon! Dongbua Shuang's consciousness immediately reported to the Infernal Palace through his communication wristband. Demon discovered. Demon? The demigod closest to Dongbua Shuang was the eternal Wind Knight Qiuqi, by who was currently in the Tranquil Sun Province. At this moment, he was in the Eternal Wind Academy, giving pointers to his 2 disciples. Snow Eagle discovered the demon. Qiuqi stood up abruptly. He had received the news through his communication wristband, and had also obtained the exact location of Dongbua Shuang. Qiuqi could not be bothered to speak to his disciples. Right now, every second was of the essence. This was because if he was even the slightest bit slower, the transcendence of the Xia people who discovered the demon might lose their lives. Shua, the space in front of him, was violently torn apart. Qiuqi took a step forward and entered it. As Dongbua Shuang was reporting to the Infernal Palace, a long spear appeared in his hands, demigod weapon, stellar fire cloud spear. Hiss! The huge, ugly feet stomped on the stone tiles on the ground, causing the ground to cave in. The stone tiles that it stepped on turned into powder, and the surrounding ground started to crack. The huge ox-horned axe in his right hand danced in the air. It was as though the heavens and earth were being sliced apart. In an instant, the huge ox-horned axe appeared in front of Dongbua Shuang. Too fast, too ferocious. The blade of this ox-horned axe was even taller than Dongbua Shuang himself. The entire axe was enveloped in a layer of fiery red light, causing Dongbua Shuang to feel as though he was looking at a volcano erupting. the boundless ferocious, might seem to be unstoppable. Xiao! The moment the spear appeared in Dongbua Shuiying's hands, he did not hesitate to unleash his most ferocious attack. Extreme piercing. Si la! Dongbua Shuiying's figure flickered, and he disappeared along with his spear, following which he reappeared in front of Dongbua Shuiying, about 1 zhang in the air. His entire body seemed to have teleported more than 1 zhang away, allowing Dongbua Shuiying to completely dodge the terrifying ox-horned axe's horizontal slash. Furthermore, Dongbua Shuiying's spear directly pierced towards the demon's head. It was too fast, too strange. His other hand that was holding onto the huge ox-horned axe hurriedly moved forward. The axe's length and width were about 1 zhang, and with this move, it narrowly blocked the tip of Dongbua Shuiying's spear. This was a move that had not been held back at all, and the collision created a terrifying shockwave. The shockwave exploded outwards in all directions, and in an instant, a large number of stone slabs within 100 meters were turned into dust. The body of the silver-robed leader, who had been pouring wine for them, was also directly torn apart by the shockwave, and he died on the spot. Even the demonic god's world projection hurriedly evaded the shockwave, and in an instant it was already several li away. No. The elders, the Silver Moon Knights, the servants, and even that Nan Meng Xian all died, as the stone slabs turned into dust, and as the stone slabs around them shattered, other than a legend ranker who left behind a relatively intact corpse. The bodies of the others were completely destroyed. How could this be? Even in death, Nan Meng Xian could not understand how a single Baronyan's death could lead to such a terrifying outcome. Chapter 181. Demon De Bai Shi staggered 2 steps back before regaining his balance. He could feel the piercing power from Dongbua Shuiying's spear entering his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. This terrifying piercing power is just a small matter. It can't even shake my powerful body. But how did he suddenly disappear just now? How did he suddenly teleport more than 10 feet away? He can even change his position in the middle of a battle? This is too troublesome. What? Dongbua Shuiying was equally shocked. I used my full strength, and he only took 2 steps back. His body was still at a disadvantage. His body was only at the peak of the sky realm, and his transcendent chi was only at the saint initial phase. During the battle, he had relied on the embryonic true meaning of extreme piercing to form the power of the laws of profound mysteries. The power of the laws of profound mysteries was already very terrifying, but his own chi was still too weak. That was why Dongbua Shuiying had exchanged for a demigod weapon, the stellar fire cloud spear. A demigod weapon coupled with extreme piercing allowed his attack power to increase explosively. Only then did he have the qualifications to fight against a peak saint. But after using his full strength, his opponent only took 2 steps back. His body is too strong, and his strength is too strong. Dongbua Shuiying made his judgment. Demon De Bai Shi, who had taken 2 steps back, opened his mouth wide and revealed his fangs. He let out a terrifying roar that caused even the space around him to tremble. Bo bo bo. The roar spread out in all directions, causing visible ripples in the space around him. This roar was as violent as a volcano eruption. Under the effects of the profound mysteries of the sound waves, Dongbua Shuiying's body would be easily turned into dust. Seeing the ripples spreading out, Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. So. Dongbua Shuiying immediately used his extreme piercing to retreat. It was impossible for him to dodge this terrifying roar with normal flying speed. Although Dongbua Shuiying's speed was 10 times faster than the speed of sound, this roar contained the laws of profound mysteries. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of over 1,000 meters. Fortunately, extreme piercing was extremely fast. In the air above the ruined inner castle, Dongbua Shuiying's silhouettes appeared 3 times and retreated 200 meters away. The power of the furious roar weakened as it traveled further. When it reached a distance of 200 meters, Dongbua Shui Ing swung his spear in a circle, executing the profound mysteries of water, fire, and wind to suppress the furious roar. Demon Dabi, she also stopped roaring. This roar had obviously caused great damage to his throat, but with his terrifying regenerative abilities, he would quickly recover. Shwa shwa! Dongbua Shui Ing instantly closed in on Demon Dabishi. Die! Demon Dabi, she's consciousness immediately called for help through his communication treasure. The Xia people had communication wristbands. In the darkness abyss, there were countless demonic gods. In terms of forging equipment, deity weapons, etc., they were much stronger than the Xia people. These low-level demons did not have powerful weapons, but they still had communication treasures. Dabishi, what's the matter? There's a transcendent from the Xia people. I'm not his match. Demon Dabi, she was incomparably anxious. Who is he? It's Dongbua Shui. His name is Dongbua Shui. Demon Dabi, she begged. General, save me. Although the wound on his head had yet to recover, he still wielded his giant horned battle axe and tried his best to block. In reality, his angry roar was the only move that could threaten Dongbua Shui. However, the huge hole on his face had yet to fully recover, so he could not roar at all. Boom, boom, boom. Dongbua Shui used his extreme piercing to surround him and attack with a spear again and again. His face exploded once again. His throat was pierced, exploding and breaking apart. His 2 arms were pierced, leaving huge holes in them. Perhaps Demon Dabi, she's skull was extremely hard, and his horns were also very hard. However, the muscles, skin, and scales on his body could not block Dongbua Shui's spear. Almost instantly, many holes appeared on his body, and his 2 arms fell off. General, save me. Demon Dabi, she's consciousness anxiously called for help through his communication treasure. Although he had an undying body, it did not mean that he could not die. For example, the demigod rank demon from before had also been killed by the demigods of the Xia people. Now, Demon Dabi, she could not resist at all. He could only be ravaged and eventually die. Humph! Dongbua Shui stood there. The fiery red, transcendent battle chi in his body flew out like countless threads, wrapping around the demon's head, arms, and legs. The demon's entire body was split apart and suppressed by the transcendent battle chi. It was impossible to reconnect them. What a fellow! His body has already become undying, and his strength is formidable as well. Dongbua Shui muttered to himself. From the start to the end, he did not even dare to receive a single blow from Demon Dabi, she's battle axe. Even a peak saint rank transcendent would be at a disadvantage against him. Fortunately, my extreme piercing is extremely proficient in piercing through space, allowing me to maintain the initiative. Fortunately, I obtained the stellar fire cloud spear this time. Otherwise, I might not even be able to pierce through his scales. The surface of this demon's body was covered in a layer of fiery red light. It was the manifestation of the laws of profound mysteries. If he did not have the stellar fire cloud spear, he would not be able to pierce through it. Even with this demigod weapon, he was still unable to pierce through the demon's skull. One could see how strong his body was. Asterisk. Chapter 182. In the distance, the demonic god Wu Yunhuo was currently standing in midair, watching from afar. The shockwave created by the battle between Shui Ing and the demon Baishi was simply too terrifying. How could he, who was merely at the limits of a mortal, withstand the shockwave from a battle between 2 peak stage saints? Hence, he had long hidden far away. He could see the rumbling from afar. Clearly, the shockwaves from the battle between Dongbua Shui and Demon Baishi had swept through the surroundings. The inner castle of the castle had been reduced to rubble. Half of the outer castle had collapsed, and the remaining areas were filled with cracks. I can't even see clearly. Demonic god Wu Yun, who anxiously wanted to know what was happening in the battle. However, he had no way of knowing the details of the battle. The battle between Dongbo Shueying and Demon Da, she was too fast. In less than half a breath's time, the battle had already stopped. There were no longer any terrifying shock waves. Wu Yun, who could clearly see the scene in the distance, amidst the rubble, under the smoke and dust. Demon Da, Bai Shi's body had been torn apart. Dongbo Shueying stood by the side. Countless fiery red strands of transcendent qi were completely suppressing every part of the demon's body. Defeated. Wu Yun, who couldn't believe it. Demon Da, Bai Shi had actually lost to such a young saint initial stage transcendent of the Xia people? At this moment, he really didn't want to accept it. He didn't want to accept everything in front of him, but it was the truth. As someone who had climbed to a sufficiently high peak in the dark abyss, and was even able to spread his faith in the material world, the great demon god had no choice but to accept it no matter how unwilling he was. Dongbo Shueying, as long as you help me once, I will give you 50,000 kilograms of origin stones. 50,000 kilograms. Wu Yun, who directly transmitted. His voice was strange and unfathomable as it rang in Dongbo Shueying's mind. 50,000 kilograms. Dongbo Shueying turned his head and saw demonic god Wu Yunhua in midair. He had suspected it previously, but now he was actually willing to take out 50,000 kilograms of origin stones. As an abyss demon, his subordinates in the Xia people's world were weak, so it was extremely difficult to prepare 50,000 kilograms of origin stones. If one were to transport 50,000 kilograms of origin stones through the temporal temple, the price would be extremely shocking. Hence, at this moment, Dongbo Shueying was certain this main altar was definitely not an ordinary main altar. There must be something very important to demonic god Wu Yunhua. If you do not agree, I, Wu Yunhua, swear that my revenge will never stop. In 10,000 years, in 1,000,000 years, even if it's your clan, I will completely destroy them. Demon god Wu Yunhua threatened Su Qin as he offered the 50,000 kilograms of origin stones as a reward. He also knew that if he said 50,000 kilograms of origin stones, Dongbo Shueying would definitely be able to guess that there was a big secret about this place. But even if he didn't report it, the Xia people would still carefully inspect the entire altar after they were defeated. They would still find out, so he made his final struggle. Threaten me? There's so many evil gods and devil gods. If we, the Xia people, transcendents, would lower our heads just because they threatened us, the Xia people, how could we, the Xia people, survive until now? Dongbo Shueying replied to the demonic god Wu Yunhua in his mind. You need to use your strength and even send some resources from the dark abyss to the Xia people's world. Just for revenge? How many times are you willing to pay such a huge price? There was no need to talk about anything else. Even if the price was relatively low, many evil gods and devil gods would not appear when their main altar was destroyed. For example, the last time Wu Yunhua appeared was 30,000 years ago. You don't agree? Demonic god Wu Yunhua was incomparably angry. Scram! Dongbo Shueying roared in his mind, but he was unable to block demonic god Wu Yunhua's voice transmission. Clearly, demonic god Wu Yunhua's usage of profound mysteries was too profound. Damn it, you really deserve to die. Just you wait, Dongbo Shueying. I will definitely not let you off. Even if you die in the future, I will think of a way to capture your soul and bring it into the dark abyss. I will make you sink into the darkness forever and suffer endless suffering. There will be no end to it. Do you only know how to threaten? If you have the ability, show me something real. Let me see what tricks a demonic god like you has. Shueying sneered. He casually waved his hand, causing the world energy in the distant sky to condense into a gigantic palm. This palm majestically pressed down on the demonic god Wu Yunhua in midair. Demonic god Wu Yinhua looked up at the huge palm and snorted coldly. Shua. His body instantly pierced through the void and disappeared. In terms of the profound mysteries of void traversing, he clearly surpassed any of the Xia people transcendents. Unfortunately, his strength was suppressed to the limits of mortals, causing his world projection to be of no threat to transcendence. The last communication between the two was through soul transmission. The speed was extremely fast. Demonic god Wu Yin, who clearly wanted to hurry up and finish the negotiations before the demigods of the Xia people arrived. Unfortunately, his struggles were all in vain. Sila, space was torn apart. A figure walked out. It was the eternal wind knight, Qiu Qi Bai. Snow Eagle. Qiu Qi Bai swept his gaze around and discovered the situation within the castle ruins. He even discovered some of the corpses of the demonized emissaries. With a single step, he arrived beside Dongbua Shuang. He looked at the demon Da Bai Shi's broken body, which had been suppressed by transcendent qi. Undying body. Qiu Qi Bai laughed. Snow Eagle, I didn't expect that you would meet a demon with an undying body on your first try. This demon should be at least a rank 4 demon. Rank 4 demons usually have the combat power of someone ranked 10th to 30th on the saint rankings. They are hard to deal with even amongst peak saints. I didn't expect that you, Snow Eagle, could actually kill a demon of this level. He knew that Dongbua Shuang had grasped hold of the embryonic form of a grade 2 true meaning. In front of an expert ranked 10th to 30th on the saint rankings, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight for his life. But to kill him would be much more difficult. I also estimate that he's a rank 4 demon. Dongbua Shuang nodded and laughed. He's very hard to deal with. His roar is enough to seriously injure most peak saints. The weaker ones might even be shaken to death. All right, leave him to me. A living demon has its uses too. Qiu Qi Bai laughed. If it were a demigod demon, humans would not dare to keep it in captivity. Because the moment a demigod demon broke through to the demonic god realm, it would be a disaster. Of course, the possibility of that happening was extremely low. A demigod demon breaking through to the demonic god realm was much harder than a human breaking through. Although the probability was much lower, the Xia people still did not dare to take the risk. As for rank 4 and 5 demons, keeping them in captivity was a small matter. At the very most, they could just wait until he broke through to the demigod realm before killing him. I've already reported this to the Infernal Palace, Qiu Qi Bai said. Every time they fought with a demon, the situation would be reported to the Infernal Palace. Based on the situation of the battle, Transcendents could obtain rewards. 10,000 contribution points. Dongbua Shuang laughed. He had already received a message from the Infernal Palace through his communication wristband. His contribution points had increased by 10,000. The rewards for hunting down demons are really high. A rank 5 demon is the highest. Even demigods are hunting down rank 5 demons. As for a demigod demon, all of them are extremely cunning. It's hard to find them. Qiu Qi Bai shook his head and sighed. At the same time, he took out a metal chain with a wave of his hand. With a shake of the metal chain, it flew towards the demon Da Bai Shi and tied him up. Oh, right, brother Eternal Wind. There's something I haven't mentioned. Dongbua Shuang said. It's about a demonic god called Wu Yunhua. Oh! Qiu Qi Bai listened by the side. Dongbua Shuang briefly explained. Humph, these demonic gods from the abyss still dare to threaten the transcendence of the Xia people. Qiu Qi Bai snorted coldly and frowned. According to what you said, this demonic god main altar should have something very important to this demonic god. Congratulations, it seems like you've struck it big this time. Qiu Qi Bai laughed. With Dongbua Shuang's current status, even the clan protection treasure of the Xia people was given to Dongbua Shuang by the Infernal Palace to protect him. This was a treatment that even demigods did not have. No one would dare to snatch Dongbo Shuiying's spoils of war. Furthermore, Qiu Qi Bai was an extremely prideful person. He disdained to do such a thing. I feel that this demonic god Wu Yun might not give up. Brother, eternal wind, please look after him from the side. Dongbo Shuiying said. Feel free to search for him. I'll watch from the side. Qiu Qi Bai said. Dongbo Shuiying nodded his head, following which he controlled the majestic heaven and earth energy and forcefully grabbed onto countless rocks. The binding force reached an extremely terrifying level. In an instant, countless rocks in the castle ruins flew up. Even some of the stone slabs and stone pillars that were still intact started to float up. The entire castle was dug 3 feet into the ground. All the items were floating high up in the air. Chapter 183. Dongbo Shuiying and Qi Qiu Bai stood in midair. The entire castle ruins was extremely heavy. If Dongbo Shuiying were to rely on his own strength to lift it, he would not be able to do so. But controlling the heaven and earth energy, Dongbo Shuiying was able to lift all the items easily. Big brother, eternal wind, I feel that the items in the castle ruins are very ordinary. Did you discover anything? Dongbo Shuiying observed carefully. He used the heaven and earth energy to inspect every single item that was bound. I didn't discover anything. Qi Qiu Bai shook his head doubtfully. South, Dongbo Shuiying willed. Instantly, countless items flew to the side and landed on a large piece of barren land. Those broken stones, stone pillars, and stone slabs were all piled up together, forming a small hill. The remains of the corpses were also piled up together. There were also some papers, books, plates, and other items piled up together. Separate them. You've made it much easier for the Dragon Mount Manor to search. Qi Qiu Bai laughed. It's nothing much. I'll dig out all the secret rooms and the like. There are still formation tools under them. Dongbo Shuiying said. This time, he used the heaven and earth energy to dig even deeper. All the places that had traces of human activity were all dug out by Dongbo Shuiying. The array that was used to deal with Dongbo Shuiying was also dug out. Countless items flew up. Dongbo Shuiying kept all the precious items. The rest of the items still flew up and landed on the barren land far away. That Wu Yun was said that he was willing to give me 50,000 jin of origin stones. The value of this treasure should not be lower than that. Dongbo Shuiying said, We still haven't found it. It's hidden quite well. I'm afraid that there are some concealment arrays. I'm afraid that it will take some time to find it. I also think that there are concealment arrays. Qi Qiu Bai said, There were many different kinds of arrays. Killing formation, bewildering formation, imprisonment formation, concealment formation. All sorts of functions were possible to prevent the world energy from detecting them. You're willing to use a formation to conceal it. TSK, it is indeed a valuable treasure. Qiu Qi Bai laughed. Come, let's follow the old method. First, use brute force to sweep through. All right. With a single thought from Dongbo Shuiying, the massive heaven and earth energy began to dig up all the soil and rocks in the surroundings. Nothing was spared. Countless soil and rocks flew up and piled up in another area of the wasteland in the distance. Immediately, the soil and rocks there quickly piled up. As the castle continued to sink, the mountain of dirt in the distance grew taller and taller. Moments later, the place where the majestic castle used to be was now a huge pit that was 300 meters deep. I've swept through the entire area, but I still haven't found it. Qi Qiu Bai smiled and said, Furthermore, when we stared at it with our eyes, we didn't see anything special. It seems like it also distorted the light. The naked eye can see things by relying on light. If he could control light, he would be able to become invisible. Clearly, this formation also had a concealment effect. It's better for me to work harder and personally search through the area. Dongbua Shui-ing said as he charged downwards. So, Dongbua Shui-ing's speed soared. He flew around the 300 meters deep pit at high speed, using his body to touch anything. Using one's body to touch the formation was the simplest and hardest method to break through. What if it was a bewildering formation? The moment one got lost, they would immediately understand that they had fallen into a formation. For example, some concealment formations could prevent the naked eye from seeing them and the heaven and earth energy from sensing them. But when one's body collided, it was too difficult to prevent one's body from touching the formation. Pum! He transformed into a large number of afterimages as he flew. Finally, with a pung, he collided with a certain place. It's here. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled, and here I thought it would be very powerful. I thought that it would be able to distort space so that I wouldn't be able to sense it even if I flew past it. Colliding with it with his body. It was too difficult to prevent outsiders from touching the array formation. Bewildering formations could prevent others from touching it, but they would be able to sense it immediately. To not be able to touch it and not be able to sense it, one would need to completely conceal the space where the formation was located. This required perfect control of space and continuous control at that. Human demigods were unable to create such a formation. Just like in the Infernal Palace. With the help of the Infernal Palace, they were able to achieve such a feat, but a demonic god sending resources into the Xia people's world was already incomparably difficult. To send a deity equipment like the Infernal Palace? The price was too high. It was not worth it just for a little bit of faith. Only the ancestors of the Xia people, who were filled with boundless affection for the Xia people, were willing to pay such a huge price to send the deity equipment back to their homeland. Thus, the foundation of the Xia people, the powerful clan protection treasures, deity world weapons, and even deity equipment, many of them contain the feelings of the ancestors of the Xia people towards their homeland. Distorting space for a long time, even the demonic god guild would be reluctant to use such a formation. Qiu Qi Bai flew over and extended his hand to touch the formation. Obstruct! Qiu Qi Bai sneered. His right hand was covered with a layer of transcendent qi. Beyond that was the true meaning of space cleavage. He had cultivated for many years, so his true meaning of space cleavage was naturally more profound. He casually grabbed. His fingers were incomparably sharp. With a rip, he directly tore through the formation's obstruction. Actually, the formation's obstruction was not that strong. Dongbua Shui-ing could forcefully break through it. Hua! The formation was broken. A real scene appeared in front of him. In the area in front of him, there was a rather ugly and huge bath. The bath was only 10 meters wide and was completely black. At the edge of the bath was a huge statue of a demon's head. The eyes of the demon's head were red, and its mouth was wide open. An evil aura was faintly emitted from its mouth. The bath was completely fixed to the ground, or rather, it was fixed to the space of this world. There were countless tentacles around the bath, and these tentacles were connected to space. As the space of the Xia people's world fluctuated, the tentacles also rippled. At this moment, there were 25 humans hurriedly disconnecting the tentacles from the demon bath. Beside them, a black-robed, red-skinned, gray-horned demonic god Wu Yunhua was anxiously taking the initiative to disconnect the tentacles. But every tentacle was completely connected to the space of the world. It was constantly rippling, and the rippling power made it extremely difficult to disconnect. Damn it! Demonic god Wu Yin, who turned to look at the black-robed youth and the white-haired man who had charged in. Just you wait, Dongbua Shui-ing. Wu Yunhua growled. Who? His figure distorted and disappeared. He escaped really quickly. His spatial transference is really impressive. Qiu Qi Bai praised. Dongbua Shui-ing looked curiously at the huge demon bath in front of him. As for the 25 Star Knights, they had all been restrained and suppressed to the side. What is this? Dongbua Shui-ing was a little confused. He felt that the demon bath in front of him gave him an extremely evil feeling. This bath seems to be one with our Xia people's world. Its use of space is very strange. Qiu Qi Bai shook his head. I don't recognize what it is either. Although Qiu Qi Bai was a demigod, he had only cultivated for 300 years. He had just become a demigod not long ago. Clearly he did not know much. Should we look for Vice Faction Head Chao? Qiu Qi Bai asked. All right. Dongbue Shui Ing agreed. Vice Faction Head Chao Qing was the oldest demigod of the Xia people. He would probably be able to recognize the origins of this thing. In another place, in the depths of a volcano, there was a strange worship hidden here. This worship was something that demon generals often rode on when they were out on expeditions. It was also able to isolate the senses of heaven and earth energy and other basic detection methods. Inside the worship, within a cold hall, a crystal ball floated in the air. On top of the crystal ball, an image appeared. It was the image of a black-robed youth, stabbing out furiously with his spear. Dabaishi is dead. He died at the hands of a transcendent of the Xia people called Dongbue Shuang. A demon wearing purple armor stood there. He didn't have any hair on his body, only scales. The beauty of his armor seemed to blend with the scales on his body. His eyes shone with golden light as he stared coldly at the image on top of the crystal ball. This was a rather skinny demon. He was about 6 meters tall, but the aura he emitted was filled with boundless blood. It caused the hearts of the 3 rank 5 demons who were respectfully serving him to tremble. When they were in the dark abyss, they were the subordinates of the general, serving a demonic god. They had fought everywhere, and the general's terrifying evilness had long since caused them to fear him. Pass down my orders. The skinny purple-armored demon said calmly, all demons under me, rank 5 and below, are not to fight Dongbue Shuang if they encounter him. Hide if you can. If you can't hide, flee with all your might. Yes, the 3 subordinates respectfully acknowledged the order. They were absolutely loyal to the general. Suddenly, the crystal ball rippled. A new image appeared on top. It was the demonic god Wu Yunhua. Oh, if it isn't the demonic god Wu Yunhua? The skinny, purple-armored demon smiled.